You live.
Hello and welcome to the fucking Talking Shit with Eagle show. I'm Smiley's garden and I'm filling in for Eagle tonight as we had some unfortunate news in his father's passing this morning. So I know all you guys care about Eagle as much as we do. And if you just kind of lift him up in your thoughts and prayers right now and him and his family and just kind of help him feel the community love. So one of the reasons why I stepped in is because Eagle does a lot for the community and people out here, and I didn't want to have his show go offline for some unfortunate thing like that. And speaking of community, we got Danny Montero with us from GW. Um, oh man, I just messed it up. I'll let you do it, Danny, because I'm gonna give you a good intro too, man. I'm excited for this interview, and it's part of the Cali community reaching out to Michigan's community and really stepping up to support us too, man. I sent Danny a message today, and he just said, "Yep, I'm down to come on and help out." So I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, 100%, bro.
So yeah, tell us who you are, man. A lot of people out here in Michigan haven't caught your show yet, so.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Montero. I'm somebody who spent, spent my entire whole life in the cannabis industry back when it was underground. I'm grateful to have an award in 2016 on J Award here in California. And as a result of that, I realized that, eyes are on me now. So I've always been looking to step up my game. And one of the things I'm involved in and as you know before, is GW Smoke Break, which is a platform to talk about genuine cannabis culture. I'm from California, so we're starting there, but it is a global culture. And I've been seeing a tremendous success. Me and my partner Sean, we've just been 1 year in, and we've been going up to Humboldt to the Emerald Triangle and really creating content that I would never dream of being a part of, learning how to produce, and the party's just getting started, man.
Yeah, dude. No, I've been catching a lot of your content, and I'm not good at following people on Instagram as much, but I definitely been checking them out because I mean I sport the hat. I'm a fan of all them regenerative conferences you guys posted up too. So it's cool doing some work, man. So so I hope you got something to smoke on, brother. I mean I hate even calling this an interview. It's definitely just really just two bros hanging out. We got some people in chat. Shout out to chat and. CJ is actually out in chat. I'll give CJ Apple a shout out, and he might have been part of this connection because he was out there on vacation and ran into you at an event, and that was kind of pretty awesome. You had reached out to him and helped him. He was out there by himself, and you kind of connected him with some other people and
Yeah.
made sure we had some cool places to go. So that was pretty awesome, man. That just blows me away how you guys got such a community like that. Just every time like the regenerative conference and all that, all the Cali community, every time I've had experience with them, they're just open arms, give you the shirt off their back, whatever it takes, man, just to love on people. And I think that's awesome.
Literally, yeah, it's the plan, dude.
Yeah, yeah. So, so what so we kind of try to get to know you a little bit, and a lot of these questions might be just kind of back in the day questions, but we always kind of start up with how'd you get into, like, what was your first experience smoking weed, and kind of what led you down to this path here.
Yeah, man. I started smoking my sophomore year in high school. And I just went to private school here in San Jose. And my sophomore junior year, I actually went to school in Bolivia, where my father's from, in La Paz. And so when I came back from summer vacation after my sophomore year, I looked up with my buddies, and they were smoking dank. And I went to a party and spent the night at my buddy's house, and smoking weed for the first time in a plastic bong. But it was really cool, man. I mean, I was stressed out as a kid for sure, from a young age. Before I hit puberty, I was stressed out for sure. And so, it was immediate satisfaction, and my relationship with the plant evolved tremendously because it went from, excuse me, just smoking and enjoying it that way to her becoming more of a part of my life, but only mainly like a stress relief at that point. And then, my junior year of high school was in Bolivia to come back. And the summer before my senior year, I hooked up with my cousin that's here in San Jose, and he's smoking. And I become friends with the local dealer. And it's significant because I realized I was spending a lot of money on my pot. I was looking at base savings at $20 a day, $30, $40, and I just couldn't afford it, man. So I went from not knowing shit about pot to learning what an ounce was, what an eighth was, and then so
Hey,
much.
hey,
So,
Danny. Sorry to jump in here, man. Chat's saying they can't really hear you at all, man. I don't know if you can adjust that mic or we were trying to get this handled before we went live, peeps. So I'm sorry, fam. We had a little technical.
is this a little better? Am I closer to my mouth?
It's still kind of like almost choppy or like computer sound and so echoey maybe. Echoey is the word.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is what I got right now. I hope it's still. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll keep rolling, man. And if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. We can try another one too. I might. I'm getting all these suggestions here.
Is there any chance he could log in off of his phone? Go off of that? Is he on his phone?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I can do that. I'm gonna be right back on my phone.
Awesome.
That'd work. That'll probably work a little bit better. There you go.
Yeah, dude. I hope this works out, guys. I appreciate y'all in chat hanging out. See you. Give some shout outs here since I'm going to do this for Eagle. But Michelle F. Ibbotson, and then Jack Greenstock, Aldrich 25, Chris Mertz, Robert Hazelton, Prometheus Soil. Man, I'm excited though. These guys in Cali are just. Danny's one of the cool guys, man. Like I said, TJ is a pretty good friend of mine, and he's out there traveling by himself, man. And these guys seen him, started talking to him at a little event, and found out he was by himself. And they were just kind of like, you know what, we can't have you traveling alone. So they lined him up with different gardeners, different people. He got to kind of tour a few different places. Every kind of place he went, people were checking on him from that area. It was kind of like the whole community just said, "Hey, we're gonna love on this guy," and I think that's pretty badass. So yeah, man. If you guys don't follow Danny, he does a GW Smoke Break. Does a lot of interviews similar to this. He's getting in events out in California. He's getting to like they hosted a lot of the regenerative conference video. But he goes to Emerald Cups and those things, and he gets a lot of cool interviews with different breeders. There's really no agenda or topic to it. It's just kind of like this, where he's spreading the community and just introducing cool people out of the community. So shout out Warlock. What's going on, man? So yeah, man, I don't know if nothing's gonna come of it, or if we can't get logged back in. I guess we might have to shift some gears maybe, and I don't know. I'll throw it out to some people maybe, and see if we can't pull one out of our hat like Eagle tends to do. So it's always good karma coming from it. Good karma from it. So
I'm here for you, brother.
man. No, but Eagle, we all love you, dude, and you built a cool little community here, man. And I don't know. If anything, I figured we could just go live just to have people go and chat and tell you that they're feeling for you, And sometimes it's sometimes where you get to know you got people around you that are just pulling for you,
And I'd like to thank everybody for all the condolences today. It's been a tough day.
Yeah, it ain't easy, man. I wouldn't have wanted to go on camera and shit. My dad's been gone for a few years. I still kind of get teary-eyed from it, It's one of the things. Uh, gotta love him. You know, he's in a better place. So be there someday.
And
Wow, bro.
that man definitely made me into the person that I am today. He taught me early on to put everything you can into anything you do. And yeah.
You've been doing that plus double time shit, man. That's what Danny asked. He's like, so what is, you know, like an hour or so? And I'm like, yeah, you know, the guests stay as long as they tend to, whatever works for them. I don't know. There's really not an agenda. It's kind of funny. I didn't want to tell him, yeah, they're usually about 4 or 5 hour shows.
Right. Hopefully he's not watching. Oh.
Yeah.
No, I do appreciate everybody that is. There's been a lot of love thrown my way today, and I could. I mean, it does. It means so much, so much. It has helped throughout the day, and Brittany and Lexi and Courtney are probably all in chat, and today was actually Brittany's birthday, which was pretty crappy to wake up and find out what was going on there. So we've all had pretty tough day.
Yeah, I was sorry. I was just trying to, Danny was kind of messaging me. Just he said he's trying to get it worked out, so just trying to give him a minute. But I appreciate him being patient with it, man. That's super cool, dude. Like, I don't know. I mean, how many people, if they would have got a message on Instagram today saying, "Hey, dude, you want to do a live interview tonight?" You know, whatever. I think I sent it to him this morning. It would have been 10:30, 11:30 this morning, and hey, at 8 o'clock tonight, go live on YouTube with us. Like, and, you know, he knew the circumstance and was like, "Yeah, dude, definitely, we're gonna be there. Let's make it happen for him." So I don't know. I just think people like that, that's the community right there, man. That's just cool shit.
It's a definite testament to his character and him toughening it out through these technical difficulties. Shows what a true professional he is at what he does. You know what I mean? A lot of people just can get frustrated and, you know, fuck it just ain't working out. Maybe next time. But the sheer fact that he's willing, this is like a few third try now at this audio, and now still willing to, you know, mid interview here switch it up and go to his phone just to complete it. You know what I mean? Is pretty awesome, man. I can't thank him enough. If he happens to go back and watch this, it means a lot, because, you know, at short notice, it we always talk about how valuable time is, and today was just a firm reminder of that. And, you know, I it just makes me, you know, what you do help me out every night, the people joining in, him, it makes me even more grateful for everything that happens here.
Yeah. No, man. I mean, shout out. There's at least 60, 70 people that are pretty regular on the show and part of the community, and I feel that too. I've never been part of the online community like that, and it's definitely cool. So, getting into it. Looks like we might get them back.
Yo.
Shout out, man. That's way better. Yeah.
What a true professional, sir. Thank you very much.
Dude, my bad for that mix up. Like, it's a lot better now, dude. Fucking old ass computer. All right. Let's take it back up.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. So I don't know that they really heard much of anything. So I was kind of giving you a shout out when you were working through that, or getting back on, man, which is hella patience too. I appreciate that. And but I was kind of explaining to him the GW smoke break and what I knew about it, and just how you're spreading the love of the community and introducing people like what we're doing here. So hopefully some of these people will come by and follow you. So and but I was kind of trying to get to know you a little bit. You know, that was kind of you heard the audience heard. That's the point of it. But we didn't really catch the story on when you were starting to smoke and you know, kind of what led you down the path to being where you're at with the cannabis community now.
Yeah, man. So I was just saying earlier, I was actually stressed out as a kid. You know what I'm saying? I remember before I even hit puberty, way before then. And so after my sophomore year of high school, coming back from Bolivia, where my father's side of the family's from, I spent my sophomore and junior years there. Tried pot for the first time at a buddy's house, and I was out of a red plastic bong, and I remember not getting so high. But I remember an immediate attraction because to me it was like stress relief. Uh, and then all the friendships that I would make because of the plant. Now I'm back to Bolivia for my junior year. I went to an American high school where many of the kids, the parents who work at the embassy, they'd go there, and you know, wealthy Bolivian families, their kids would go there. There's like a French school and a Jewish school. But then coming back here and then spending my summer after that junior year, I connected with my cousin and I met the local dealer, one of the local dealers, and we became friends. And I didn't know shit about, you know, what an eighth was, what an ounce was. I was just buying twomps, man, 20 sacks every fucking day. And I realized I couldn't afford it. So I was like, damn, I gotta, you know, see about maybe I can, you know, get some free smoke by selling some, etc. So I learned little by little, and I started selling, you know, grams out of the ounce that I would get. And after my senior year in high school, it just really developed in that I found the acceptance in that street scene here in San Jose, which I enjoyed. And I ended up moving out with the dealer that I had made friends with. He was my first roommate. He was the son of a Hell's Angels, man. So, you know, he was real street for sure. And fuck, man, I just started learning the ropes from there. And I went full bore. I mean, I was 17, 18 years old, graduated from high school. And the only times I took a break from selling pot was for, you know, when I had to, you know, do a little bit of time, man, just, you know, county time, spend a couple summers, you know, a couple times for some pot. And luckily enough, you know, my father was around to help me, you know, get back on my feet. But my background of the game is sales, man. Sales, I started growing in early 2000. Kevin Jodry taught me how to grow. I've been friends with him for a long, long time, and I'm grateful for that friendship. But man, I mean, I first hit the legal scene in 2014 with Green Walrus Delivery, hence the GW. And I've been lucky to always be touching great genetics and learning from the right people. And really, what you see with the show is an evolution of the legalized game, in that you know, the cultural wealth is unparalleled in our industry when it comes to genuine cannabis culture. It's like surfing culture. I always make the comparison that everybody wants a piece of it. Everybody wants to, you know, buy those surf shorts and, you know, talk and say, hey, dude, and hang loose and what's up, bro. And, you know, that's all like surf shit. And in a span of 50 years, it went from young people being seen as beach bums and degenerates too lazy to work back in the 50s and 60s to now you have guys who are influencing culture on a global scale. And, you know, the guys who stuck with it their whole lives are legends, like Jack O'Neill. That's what he was called when he passed away recently, you know, O'Neill surfboards and so forth. So that's what I see in my community. And I've always just been a student of the game. And that's what I'm most excited about now. And the reason for the show is that, again, our cannabis culture is in the position to influence the world. We already are. It's real shit. It's not like TV where people pretend to be something that they're not. And for me, it's like what we all have in common is an appreciation for the plant. You don't have to grow it. You don't even have to smoke it. You know, fuck. It's just like that's what I think the common bond is. And I think what I see from my experience is that this plant brings out the best out of people. And I mean, I used to hang out in fucking
not the best circles, as you can imagine. So I learned to, shake all that shit to the side. And thankfully to this, because of this community, I've become a better person. You know what I'm saying?
100%, man. That's one thing about cannabis. It draws people together, and it makes people better. I think that's the shattering of that stereotype. So that's awesome, man. I love that shirt too, Freeborn. I'm a real big fan of me and Gene. I like listening to all his info and podcasts on there. Dude's dropping gold all the time.
Yeah, Jackson's a sharp cat, man. It's a pleasure to know him. He's well known out here, humble dude. And I think his work is a result of somebody who's dedicated their life to the plant in a meaningful way. You know what I'm saying? They always say that a lion doesn't have to let you know that he's a lion. He's just king of the jungle. If you're to threaten the lion, of course, he'd bare his fangs and shit. But Jackson's one of those guys that you don't hear him tooting his horn all the time. His work speaks for itself, dude.
Yeah, and he's a fan. He's just a fan of really great weed. I think, like a lot of us are, and it doesn't matter if he grew it or if somebody else did. And I'm sure he'd tell you that too. Not everything he grows is going to be his favorite. You know what I mean? It's like that. So, but I like that about people, where they can be honest about it and try to bring that. Speaking of that, man, what are you smoking on right now? I mean, what's hot out right in your area?
Oh man, I'm smoking on the last of this Maui onion from Soham Farms. Excuse me. It's a killer indica. Does have the Maui onion smell. It was in a bag when we rolled and filmed up there back in late March, and we're still dropping new episodes. New episode drops on Friday. This is the last of that Maui onion. And to answer your question, man, you asked me what's hot. Well, out here in California, as you can imagine, we're seeing the same trends out in Michigan. Like the Mac is really hot. I'm seeing the White Tahoe cookie make a comeback. Something that I've had my hands on that isn't out in the legal game is the green apple gelato and the Hawaiian ice. And of course, all the cookie shit. You know what I'm saying? So to answer your question, like what I'm going to respond with is more so on the craft, in the craft community. You know what I'm saying? Because I think in the legal industry, that's where the White Tahoe cookie's making a comeback for sure. But really, I think most of us are craft, growers and home growers, or on whatever scale. And in Michigan, I'm starting to learn that a lot of you cats be growing, which is really cool. But what I'm excited about, man, for those of you guys who don't follow AK Bean Brains on Instagram, homie's from Alaska, and I got these beans a year ago, but I got some Mac crossed with Matanuska Thunderfuck, and they finally fucking got chopped down, and it's an impressive sativa that it just blows my mind, man, because I like those heavy indicas, and if I don't feel that, I feel like I need to smoke more. I want to smoke more. And with this one, because it's a sativa, you don't get that initial thump on your forehead, but it's satisfying like a motherfucker, dude. And the second cross that I'm excited about, that I know other cats around the country have, and we just don't know each other, is also by AK Bean Brains, and that's Northern Lights crossed with Super Skunk. And that's an impressive fucking sativa dominant cross right there. And we don't get too many impressive sativas going in the circles. And so like the last time I had something real dope was Gold Seal in San Francisco had a red Congo, and that was really dope. But to answer your question, man, I mean, it's just cats are learning that those tangies or those citrus flavors with no bang behind them don't mean shit. And so we're seeing these newer crosses that have those exotic notes to the nose and also pack that thump that makes you want to buy it again, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like the OG is still pretty predominant, probably in a lot of markets. That gas fuel always seems to be, but that was probably a hard question, man. You said you know Kevin Jodry, and I did know that. I've seen him on your show. You know what I mean? I've seen you kind of do some interviews with him, but you said you knew him for quite a while, and he taught you how to grow. Like, how did that work out?
Man, if you guys want to hear a funny story, I scored my first pound through Kevin without even knowing it. My first Humboldt pound. So I moved out into the streets of South San Jose, so to speak. I wasn't living in the streets. I had an apartment I was renting, but I was living and hustling in South San Jose. And so a friend of ours, my buddy Andrew, he had a friend, Aaron, who was going to school at Humboldt State University. And Aaron, one of those days, said, "Hey, dude, I got the hookup on some weed. I know this chick Nicole, and fucking she can hook it up. She's got the chronic. And you guys want some chronic? It's all good." And of all my buddies, I was the only one in the position to really pick up a pound. This was back in like 99, 2000 maybe. And we drive up there, go to Humboldt State University, and we hook up at Aaron's dorm room, and Nicole shows up, and it was love potion number 9. I didn't know that the pound came from Kevin, because it wasn't until like the second or third deal that I actually met Kevin. And it went from just a strict fucking pick up a pound kind of relationship to a friendship, man, over a long period of time. And I just, when I first met Kevin, I mean, he's always been who he is. He was a little more raw, I would say, back then, a little more involved, as you can imagine. I don't want to say more edgy, because he's still edgy like a motherfucker, but you know, just, you know, life, the progression of life. And so back then we were all moving little wilder than we are now. And so I was always captivated by his attitude and who he was. And so I made sure to show my appreciation over the years for not just hooking me up. That's what it was at first. And as we became friends, he blessed me with the skills on how to grow, man. And he hooked me up with his buddy Azel out in Oakland, who, with a fucking power drill, literally just a power drill, and his chick who drove me to my spot in South San Jose wired up my electrical for my first grow. And Kev hooked me up with the genetics, dude, the big dark perps. This is when the perps was going crazy. You know, the grapes, the purple. And I was known for having the best purple and some of the best perps in town, man, no doubt. And Kev has always been a part of my career growth. And again, I'm extremely grateful for the friendship. And it continues today. And that's why you saw us together in that interview, was for that reason. So yeah, man, I mean, it's cool to have a mentor, a big brother. We all need somebody to learn from. And I'm just extremely grateful that my paths crossed with Kev, which began as a strictly business relationship. And it could have just been that, you know. But you know, it evolved to something more, and it forever changed me. And the things that I learned from Kev, you know, as a younger cat, I can give back to the community and to in conversations like this, and we can learn from each other, you know.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That's super badass. I couldn't imagine. See, we look at Kevin, and he's no doubt a legend, you know. But for like us in Michigan, and just some of the information he puts out about how to, you know, rate genetics and look at different things, it really clarified a lot for me personally, you know. And I think it did for a lot of other users too, just to listeners to kind of, you know, how do you categorize that? But going back to this, man, you said you set up your first grow style, and I'm just curious, like what was Kevin Jodry teaching in that time frame as far as grow style?
Yeah.
Well, he's you guys are all regenerative now, but I mean, we all had our day in the dark side.
Man. So I'm gonna take one more puff real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Smoke down too, dude. It's no rush, man. We're just hanging out, but
Yeah.
awesome.
So yeah, great question, dude. So I remember it clearly. So I turned out the master bedroom, and that included its own full bathroom. And so for the whole master bedroom, we had it tarped, with the tarps running up about maybe 10, 12 inches up the wall. Had some, you know, wooden boards in the corners and against the wall to keep that in place. And we had all the walls wrapped in Mylar. And I remember at that time that I had, as an example, 3 4x4 trays. And those trays, Kev had his technique that he was doing at the time was with PVC pipes. And essentially, if you were sitting Indian style in the middle of a 4x4 tray, you'd be enclosed, because these PVC pipes would essentially form a wall. and with plastic sheets, we would wrap it in Mylar. So the idea was to maximize the light that's, you know, coming down on the plants. And there was a little bit of gap in the corners of those walls, you know, at the edges of this 4x4 tray, you know, these walls coming up. I don't know if it's easy to imagine, but that was the first growing style, dude, and did that for a little bit. And then I remember, you know, removing those and getting better airflow and so forth. And at that time, Kev, I remember, was consulting in many different places. And so that was the first grow style. And it was just, you know, the same lights that cats have been using for a long time, the HPS lights, the Thowies, exhausting and taking intake, you know what I'm saying, through the windows. It wasn't sealed, you know, CO2, nothing like that. Fuck, man, running, I think it was like 10 lights at the time, some shit like that. With the bedroom, with moms, I'd take, you know, right before they're ready to go flip to flower, I'd take some clones. And, you know, I remember before I caught a case in 09, I was about to flower some pure Kush, some Hollywood pure Kush. And 91 Hollywood pure Kush, I believe it is. And that shit is just amazing. I was able to get my hands on it a couple years ago. But yeah, man, it's been a long journey, as you can imagine. And fuck. Yeah. I hope that answered your question.
No, it definitely did, man. And that's like, it's just interesting to me how that kind of progresses. You know what I'm saying? Like now, I would imagine his recommendation is totally different, just based off what we know now, you know, and what we knew then. You know what I mean? It's just interesting to me how everybody's kind of involved in it. You know, no matter what level you're at, it's like you've always kind of evolved in it.
Got to, man. The game keeps on moving.
Are you still growing then, or do you?
I got a little personal grow that I have, you know.
Yeah, awesome, man. Because I wasn't sure, like, if you could grow outdoor personally, or do you got to have like enclosures for all that?
I mean, in the cities you can. In the cities it's indoor, and then depends on your neighborhood. And some cats are growing a plant or two in the city, but I mean, of course, as you know, in the country, dude, boys are still going big any way they can. So no, man, there's plenty of action still going on. I just think that you just got to be a little smarter and a little you know, tighter with your operation so that you don't get into any hassles.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I mean, like here in Michigan, we can do it outdoor, but you got to have like it can't be visible. So as long as you can't see it from whatever geometry they came up with, but they just changed the Supreme Court just had a ruling on it, and they gave municipalities the right to change zoning. So, like right now, we have the right for medical, and everybody has the right 21 and up to grow 12 plants. But now municipalities can change zoning, so to speak, to say, well, you can't hear because this, and you can't hear, you know. So it begins, man. That's probably what you guys have been hassling with and dealing with.
With the zoning, man, and in San Jose, we're working on zoning for social consumption, because that's what you guys want too in the years to come, is social consumption lounges. That's the future, man, and that's what's gonna put California on the map, Michigan on the map for global tourism. As soon as all this bullshit passes us over, that's what I'm looking forward to. Like I said, I'm positioning myself for a retail license here in San Jose. If it's what's meant to be, I'm gonna have one. Because that's something I don't talk about. I'm also involved with the equity movement in San Jose. And I'm involved in many different things in the industry. So the talk show's dope, man. I'm enjoying it. But my dream has always been to have move from the underground market to be able to sell weed legally would fucking be a dream, bro.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That's pretty cool that you're still kind of have your dreams set in that. You know what I mean, with the plant. You know, like that's pretty awesome. That's definitely the love affair that I think we all kind of fall into with it too. It's like, you know, the more you know about it, the more you want to learn about it. And so, how do you grow now, man? Is it even like a lot of people are interested? I mean, are you doing some kind of a living soil, or you do like a hydro kind of setup, or?
No, man. Just basic dirt, no living soil. I use Fox Farm, dude. I'm not gonna lie, you know. I'm a proficient cultivator in that my chronic. Anybody that knows me knows that I grow some good ass wheat. But I'm not in the level of these guys at the conferences to where they got the living soil and they have a far deeper understanding in that regard. But I will give myself a pat on the back in that. I mean, I can go into any space and set it up. You know, I'm not a mechanic or I'm not an AC guy, but I can eyeball a room and know what is needed and how to grow the dank in that space. I've never grown outdoors. Never grown hydro. It's always been dirt. I use BioBiz nutrients, so and it's like I make tea, but like that's to the extent of it. You know, to keep it real with you guys, I use macrorrhizae and um, the nitrogen fixer Azos. Using shit like that. Yeah, that's where I'm at. And shit, man, it works. You know, it works. And I definitely want to take my hat off to all you guys out there that are taking it to a deeper level. And I think really getting a little bit of a better, different, maybe better. I think is a matter of opinion. But I would say definitely in many ways, a superior expression of the plant. And I say that because after going to Humboldt, I'm known as somebody that grows chronic ass weed, and I can sell that shit for $60 an eighth all day long. And the clubs will go for 80, even $100 for a little bit. Not sure if they're still going for that high, but up in Humboldt, man, at the Emerald Cup last year, I was smoking this award-winning cannabis, and my top was blown. It was a whole different experience. And to that, after learning, of course, it's the sun, it's the living soil. And so there is a difference that the connoisseur can tell, and that through education, we can make the world appreciate, all the best ways of growing, which is organic, regenerative, and keeping that loop fucking full circle, man,
No, that's awesome, dude. I love it. It's definitely what hooked me into kind of learning more about it is getting the organic way. You know, and that conference kind of just spun me in a whole different direction, and like the information guys out there, like Leighton Morrison and some of the other guys that are releasing it.
Dude, the best weed in the world is
big back, man. And yeah, it makes you go back to the drawing board and rethink what you were thinking about, But I like it because it's always kind of the next step of that progression and how we can do it at a higher level or a connoisseur level. So.
Yeah, man. And like, I would love to take it in that direction. I just, between the show and you can Google my name, you guys can Google Daniel Montero Cannabis and click on Google News. And most of what comes up is the equity work that I've been doing in San Jose. I'm just pretty tapped for time, man. I'm actually getting up early in the morning, going to sleep at like 11, no later than midnight. Having to manage my time now. And so again, that's why I give credit to all you guys who are out there playing with it, because it is the future. It is something that's respectable. It is the best way to grow. And I'm not going to be submitted to be like, oh, well, I don't know, because, indoor's bomb too. Indoor is bomb, and people love fucking great indoor. But when you really get into the plant, man, and you study fucking living soil and regenerative farming and full sun, there's nothing that can replace that shit, dude. So I'm just hoping that we can get together for the Emerald Cup again this year. We'll see how it goes. It's always a time to appreciate some of the world's best pot, dude. And one day soon, man, maybe next year, I hope we'll be back in Michigan for the Regenerative Conference and in Maine, and really get to see everybody, meet everybody, and fucking keep it moving, dude.
Yeah, were you planning on traveling with the conference?
I was going to be there. We were going to be there. I'm not sure if you knew, but last 2 months ago now, I was going to be there, and then in April we are going to be in Maine. But of course, as you know, it got canceled. So, dude, I mean, next year it's going to be on, man, as long as the big picture's all right.
Hell yeah, dude, that'll be sweet, man. I'm planning. I already had tickets. I was going to be there this year, so. Like I say, man, it's such a cool community experience to go to those. I mean, you did have the one in Cali because that's where you had your speakers. You had some recordings from or whatever, which was cool. They put that out at least, you know what I mean? Because I don't know.
Dude, I was like Alice in Wonderland, man, learning from these hardcore cats coming off the hill, fucking sharing their love for the plant, what they know about the plant. Just a different relationship that I've never really been exposed to. all the way to having like telepathic communication with your plant Zelig. You know, my interview with Zelig from Spring Creek Farms, if I remember the name correctly. But yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Just grateful, man, to be a part of the community, to be experiencing this and having this conversation with you is pretty cool because it's usually the other way around.
Yeah, right. No shit, man. That's cool. I do, man. That was super huge to have you coming on and overcoming all the little gremlins too. You know. So who was so far? Who was the one interview you were kind of starstruck by? I mean, you kind of get in the mix with a lot of these big name breeders. I mean, to us they are, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, man. I think it's cool how you said starstruck, and I think that when I first started getting involved with cannabis in 2014, 15, 16, that's how I felt. You know, I didn't really know guys like Jackson, Mean Gene, or Dan from Rebel Grown. I mean, Kevin's the only person I knew for the longest time up in Humboldt County, but because of that friendship, as you can imagine, being introduced by him to other people in the region was always solid. So to be accepted now as like as an equal here in California means so much to me, and that's how I see it. So I would say like starstruck in the sense of I always get starstruck when I start to hear the love that they have for the plant, because it's like I think of Pepe Le Pew, that's the skunk, right? That fucking goes crazy over the chick, like he's obsessed. And maybe it's like too much, right? Because if you think about how he got down, but like all these dudes like really love the plant, man, and it takes me aback and it just leaves me speechless, and it fascinates me and it intrigues me and it attracts me. Like that love attracts me because I have a relationship with the plant too, and I'm learning from that and constantly evolving with that energy. So to answer that, dude, like I've been pretty good about getting the right people. So I could say that for many moments out of each interview, I'm definitely starstruck. Cause I'm like, holy shit, this mind is so like it's untamed. A lot of the minds in our community never conformed, fucking have grown weed for a long time, never had a job, and so forth. That's what gets me starstruck, dude.
Yeah, it's like a different planet, honestly. I mean, it's a different world than what we would know here in Michigan. I mean, granted there's people that do grow outdoor. There's honestly, actually, since the law changed, I've been blown away by how many breeders, quality growers, and just people here in Michigan there already was, and what was going on. You know, it's kind of cool to see that cream kind of come up to the top, so to speak. You know.
Well, I'm sure you guys been growing out there for a minute. I mean, it's nothing new for you guys, I'm sure, yeah?
No, I mean it's been I mean it's been what, a decade now, I guess, but I just I don't know. I was part of that whole prohibition era too, man, where you're always, anytime you were gonna go smoke, you had to kind of, do the look over the shoulder, make sure you kept it real low every time, whatever. It's like, so just having it be in a whole different world where now it's like recreational for 21 and up, so it's not a big deal to be caught with a joint, where before it was like, I don't know, fuck, man. Paranoia, I think, from smoking weed came from the threat of being locked the fuck up. You know what I mean? It wasn't nothing about the cannabis, I don't think. It was just that scare of being, where's the cop at? Is he going to come behind me or whatever?
Yeah, man, or getting robbed or even killed, Absolutely. Those are realities of the black market. They still are if you're, playing that game.
Yep, definitely.
It's a blessing for it to be legal, dude. And it's dope too, making these connections interstate from Michigan to California. The guys that you look up to, I know who some of them are. I'm probably thinking about some of the same names. And for the guys that you've seen on my show, everybody's real. Everybody's down to earth. We all really love the plant. And as this legalization spreads across the country, I believe one day it will be federally legal. And it'd be beautiful to have folks from California come out to Michigan, enjoy your guys' herb and your guys' culture, the way you guys express it, and vice versa. I mean, California, as you know, is California. So we're just maybe a little bit ahead of the game, or, Humboldt's just a little bit more saturated, has a little bit more history and so forth. But man, weed's been around since day one for thousands of years, and I believe that cats like you and cats like me and everybody that we surround ourselves with will influence the world just like surfers did. Just like surfers went from just surfing on the beach, and they still love to do that. I mean, a guy in Santa Cruz just died. Dude, I don't know if you heard in the news, 26, 27 years old. Brian Kelly was his name. He got bit behind his knee and bled out to death by a juvenile great white shark. Just happened, man. But it's like just like with weed, you know, there's risks and there's chances that you take, but it's the love for the plant and the love for the experience that keeps us pushing. And it's the love story, dude. You know, it might sound corny, but it's that love story that people want to hear, and we all got it, dude. And if anything, if I can just encourage all you guys and you, including my man, to like we all rep the plant and we all have a story and we can all give off that vibe and help change the world one mind at a time, because there's so many negative stereotypes that only fucking mainstream media and Hollywood were able to get their hands on. But now we're able to create our own content and fucking show the real vibe. And it's far from those bullshit stereotypes, dude.
Oh, no doubt, man. And honestly, that's I'm gonna give Eagle some props here on this one, because like he started this show and just kind of threw it up. I'm gonna do this every night, you know, and I don't know who's gonna come on. He didn't really have a plan other than he wanted to just kind of grow a community and grow, you know, grow the Michigan community. And at first, and it's spread so far. I mean, we have listeners in UK, shout out UK, and we got listeners all over, you know, like you guys do too. But it's all one big community now, you know. And if it wasn't for him just starting to do it, I mean, he's highlighted guys from, you know, Jinx Proof, Mr. Soul, these, you know, some really well known breeders, to people that grow in their basement, you know what I mean? And it's been like, it's just kind of highlighting the different people in the community and reasons why they grow or what their cause is, or highlighting what they're about, you know. And it's really cool to hear a lot of your story, man. And I feel like there's something I'm missing. I don't know if I had some questions written down, like what are you excited about? And you kind of already said that. And then you know, what you had in plan for the future, you kind of covered that one too. But you know, maybe what is exciting you as far as the community goes out there wise?
Yeah, dude. Well, what's exciting to me, and I can, you know, share this with you guys and hopefully add some value to the show in the sense of the information, is that you know, we all love weed, and we've been talking about that lightly. And my theory when I first started GW Smoke Break is, well, if we want as an industry people to fall in love with weed, well, how come they can't fall in love with us, meaning the people that produce the weed, the people that sell the weed, the people that honor the plant? There's plenty of people that are just touching the plant now just to make money, you know what I'm saying? And that's fine and dandy, that's all good. But craft cannabis, I think, is born from a deeper relationship. And so what I'm helping to do with Soho Murrow as my first client, I should have a couple extra clients for the summertime and the rest of the year, but we're humanizing the industry. We're showing the world the people behind the plant. And that's, I think, how you guys in Michigan, as your industry takes off, for you guys that want to get branded and make that move, that's what's going to make the difference. And so, like, as you guys probably know, legalization in California has been super fucked. People are struggling, taxes are super high. And how do you maintain a good price point for your weed when it's flooded with all kinds of commercial crap that's in a fancy jar and people are buying it because it's cheap and it's pushing you out of the game? Well, it's all about the branding, you know what I'm saying? And sharing that story. And Coca-Cola, I always say, says that slogan, taste the feeling. And it's bullshit, dude. Just like if you eat too much McDonald's or consume a lot of this shit that's advertised that it's cool for us, but it's fucking toxic. Where weed, we know that when it's grown by people within the community, people like us, it's far from toxic. So the truth is there. And that's what I'm excited about, is to empower our community to not fucking take it on the chin anymore, that you can stand up simply by utilizing your social media in a different way, and knowing that people do want to see our faces, they do want to hear our voices. And it's, again, it sounds kind of corny, but it is a love story between us and the plant. They have books and movies and songs about love between a man and his dog, and between you and a woman. And now it's all good for there to be, you know, homosexuality is all good, and back in the day it wasn't. So it's like it all boils down to love, man, and social acceptance of that love. And so it's just a fucking plant, you know? So it's, to me, it's exciting because it's like after so much thinking, and I'm not the only one who's thinking along these lines, it's like the answer's rather simple. And it really, it's like our power comes from within. So, you know, I'm sharing that with you because I am excited about it. And I feel it's something that hopefully the audience can grab and do something.
Get my thing off mute. Hell yeah, man. I do too, and that's kind of I don't know. This is the part I really enjoy about this show, your show, and a lot of other ones like it. You know, and it's cool seeing people. It seems like there's a lot of people during this quarantine that are even putting out extra content, and I don't think any of it's really stupid. You know what I mean? I think it's people sharing part of what they do, and it's part of their art. You know, and it's whatever. They're so far in their journey, and you're so far in yours. You know, either way, it's we're all growing this plant. You know what I mean? When we couldn't before, so.
And what I mean by that is, like, especially as guys, we have a hard time saying the word love. I mean, maybe some more than others, but I think you feel me, right? Generally speaking, men are kind of, women, it's so much easier for them to say, oh, I love this and I love that. I went to my chiropractor today, and I went 2 weeks ago, and I was talking about the whole weed thing, and I was like, yeah, and having some love in your life, and we were talking about happiness, and I could tell that he wanted to say the word love, but he had a hard time. I had to literally coach the dude for a quick minute, for a second, to say the word love. I was like, it's all right, man, go for it, say it. You know, so it all starts with that, man. Is just how we express ourselves. And I would say it's coming out of the cannabis closet. I mean, you're looking at somebody that for most of my adult life, I lived I compartmentalized my life from my criminal element to my family side to my, you know, when I first started, I had a job. And, you know, when you interact to go to the post office, the grocery store, it's better to be low key and under the table than to come out. I used to fucking wear bright ass clothing and pager on my hip and cell phone on the other, and like just screaming fucking drug dealer. So I mean, the way we again express ourselves matters, and we're able to come out of the closet now to where it's not just like this criminalized thing. And I mean, I always like to use that example because you know, people see that with their sexuality, and it's got to feel good. I'm sure it does. And for me, it feels really good to come out of the cannabis closet because I can be myself and I can talk about shit that I would never share at all for survival, because you don't want to get robbed, you don't want to get in trouble with the cops and get snitched on and so forth. So it's like these are historic times, man, and I can't understate that enough. And so yeah, man, that's what I'm encouraging everybody to do, because it's like many of us I know have felt shamed. Like people have made us feel shameful, or maybe we feel shameful for different reasons because of the plant. And that's something that we kind of thought was normal, but it's far from it. And that's something we can all practice, man. Is like just expressing more outward facing how we feel about the plant and getting other people turned on to her. That's what I'm trying to do with my own family right now. You know, I'm first generation American, so for a traditional Latino family, you can imagine it's kind of tough to jump those bridges.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Is it really? Is it real? It's kind of a real big stigma in that.
Dude, I mean, like in Bolivia and Colombia, as an example, was more cocaine for the drug war, and weed was kind of secondary. But I mean, in those countries, dude, in Mexico too, it's seen as something terrible. You know, it's a narco or marihuanero, totally criminal, violent for sure, like gang related. And coming out here, you know, being a first generation American, and I remember my parents first, they were so disappointed when they first caught me with weed. And it only got worse from there. I mean, they caught me with weed, and then they found out that I had gone to jail, and then they had to bail me out of jail, you know, 8 years later. And I actually fucking caught a bullet in 2016 making a delivery, man. I almost died and shit. I got shot point blank in my chest. I have a scar from below my belly button all the way up to where your rib cage starts, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, putting my parents through that. And yeah, man, I mean, that's after the fact, but traditionally for Latino families, man, it's tough, dude. And now, you know, I'm hell bent on making it not just to the other side of the ocean, meaning legalization, but to really, succeed. And what does success mean? Doesn't mean, having being a multimillionaire. To me, it means doing what I love, having enough money to pay my bills, hopefully being able to live in a place where the air is decent and I can get my hands on some clean food and shit. Um, and so that way, like, we all want to be accepted for who we are. And for me, that's like what I'm working on is my family, you know what I'm saying, to keep it real. My aunt, I'm trying to get her turned on to CBD because she has shakes in her neck, involuntary muscle control in her neck. And then for my parents, it's just like for them to accept that I am in this industry, I'm not going nowhere. And like all the success with the show, it's like I can't share that with my family yet because they're just not there yet, dude. So yeah, man, I mean, it's a beautiful time for our culture, for our community. Our forefathers really sacrificed a lot to get us here, to keep the genetics alive, to teach us how to be with the plant. And I think it's our responsibility to be that for the younger generation, so they don't see those rap videos and be like, yeah, man, I gotta get fucking lit and fucking roll this blunt, which I still don't understand because when I was young, I would smoke blunts, and I love you guys that smoke blunts. All I'm saying is, like, if you're bragging about the quality of the weed, it's like a joint is just so much better, man, than the fucking paper that's like the opposite of quality. But anyways, it's
I
like,
always try to tell kids that nowadays too. They want to roll blunts, and I'm like, we used to roll blunts because we had to pick seeds out of brown weed from imported in bricks from Mexico. You know what I mean? Like it was like that's why we put it in a tobacco wrap was to cover the taste, not because you don't necessarily do that with good weed. I don't know. Sorry, man.
well, here in California, I could say it was a hood thing. So it's like the boys in the hood would do it, the cats in Oakland would do it, the rappers would do it, and they'd be rapping about Garcia Vegas. So you smoke Vegas, and then it was Phillies, and then Mac Dre started with the fucking backwoods and shit. And so yeah, man. I mean, that's what I see with who we are, and with this, like, over time, how what we do now is going to affect the young generation, the next generation. And that's also what I'm excited about because we're living in a time where, sustainability is coming into those words, and thoughts are coming into play, and regenerative farming is coming into play, and that's all weed shit. And it's all for the better. It's like we start to realize how the government fucking holds us down in many different ways. And with legalization of cannabis, I just hope they don't try to fuck us big time to prevent us from really realizing this utopia that can be when weed is legal and we can wear clothes that are made out of hemp and have homes that are made out of hemp. You know what I'm saying? And all that cool shit, dude.
Do you think it's gonna get there? Or you think it'll be a necessity?
If you want to hear something fucking wild, I feel like we were going in such a good direction, like politically, with fucking homie that Bernie Sanders, and like the legalization of weed is an example. I feel like if you look at history, it's like when the people start really getting the ball rolling, the government can do various things to fuck shit up. And I don't want to get too deep into it because I know that it's a lot of different feelings about what's happening. And I'm a weed guy, and the weed helps me think clear many different ways. And all I'm saying is, like, this is a big hiccup to fucking the legalization of cannabis, getting patents and trademarks rolling for new inventions and applications for hemp as an example. I mean, man, anything made out of plastic replaced by hemp, anything made out of cotton replaced by hemp, timber, etc. So I believe those days will come. I think like it's the movie Star Wars, where it's like the Empire Strikes Back, and we got to be crafty because in California we're already seeing the fucking disgraceful attempt that they're shameless, man, and their desire to monopolize our industry out here. And in many ways, the people aren't having it. They're seeing through the fucking corporate messaging, the bunk that's in the jars. They know that there's no love behind these brands, and so what I'm getting to is it's like the Empire Strikes Back because I fucking totally lost train of my thought real quick. I saw a message from Eagle real quick. It through. I was just saying how the way that we roll and the way that we interact with the plant. I mean, it's true love conquers all. And we were talking about this pandemic, and you're asking me if I think we're going to see a future with hemp and like this utopia. And I think so. I just think that we're gonna have to be extra crafty on how we fight against the man, because now the man that made weed illegal in the first place wants to be the same man to make the most money off the plant, and we can still find ways to play the game. And in California, one of those ways was cannabis equity. And so I think that the future, our future in many ways, is in our hands, in the sense that Eddie Lepp, if you guys know who Eddie Lepp is, he taught me that one person can change the world. And, you know, when you really love something, you want to see it through. So it's like, I feel like some of you guys might invent the next cool hemp application for construction or for clothing or for plastics. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm excited about. And it's through interactions like this and conversations like this where we can spark up that energy. And there's universities already studying it, man. It's like, I think what I would just want to summarize before I talk too much is like, weed culture has always been about rebellion. It's always been about fucking saying fuck you to the establishment, because I mean, we're aware, some of us more than others, of all the fuckery and all the bullshit that goes on, dude. So that's what I'm most excited about, is over time how, as rebels like in Star Wars, we can beat the Empire at their own game. And that I know that they thought when legalization happened, they would fuck us big time and fucking take over, but it's not happening like they planned out. And I think that at the end of the day, we're not robots yet. We're not fucking clones without feelings. So if we can just share that feeling of love of the plant, like, it's game over, man. Like, just like surfing, bro. Just like surfing is such a cool vibe and it makes you fucking think of cool things. Like, weed is no different. It's greater. You know, weed is a symbol of American counterculture since day one, whether it's rock and roll or fucking punk or skateboarding, BMX, whatever, rap. Like, weed jumps through all those hoops and it unites all of us. And all we need to do is do more cool shit like this. And thank you, Eagle. And fucking, we're gravy, dude. We're gravy.
Oh yeah, man. No, it's true though. It connects people, you know. Like we were strangers before this. I've seen a few of your videos and knew of you, you know what I mean. But that was about it. So, I mean, I guess I was trying to jot down some questions here because I'm getting kind of buzzed here and on the second joint. But how do you guys go about kind of fighting back when like some of that bullshit's going on? I mean, have you seen things work, or have people been able to organize in a way to kind of be able to fight back against some of that corporate bullshit bullying, you know?
In the legal industry, right?
Yeah. Because I mean, Michigan's just turned rec. We got a lot of commercial gardens starting to come online now, you know. And then at the end of the year, they're cutting off like caregivers, and so it's kind of like the line in the sand. They're going to have to, you know, licensed facilities will have to produce for the market, and that's that, you know what I mean? And if you're not, you're not. So they're kind of drawing that line in the sand finally here this year. So I'm just curious, I mean, if you had suggestions or how we could organize or what we've seen really kind of work to help for some of that shit.
100%, man. Absolutely. So in California, what we saw is that there was a high point of entry into the legalized market, and that was by no mistake. So what that means is only high net worth individuals, people with a lot of money, could afford to jump in the game. And then, of course, the people started complaining, and then the state started realizing that their projected tax revenue wasn't being met. They weren't making the money that they thought they were. So we started demanding, first in Oakland, San Francisco, LA, and now finally San Jose, is cannabis equity. And all cannabis equity means is to acknowledge that there was a war on drugs, to acknowledge that people were disadvantaged by the war on drugs, and that an effort needs to be made, now that we've made an activity legal, which was illegal, to allow for the participation of the people harmed by the war on drugs into the legal market. Because it's no mistake in California that Gavin Newsom, our governor, fucking lied to everybody. It was a bait and switch from 215 to 64. and everybody was getting fucked that was making money. Everybody that's making money in 215 got fucked with 64. And so a way to fight back, like you asked, is the concept of cannabis equity. Humboldt County has a cannabis equity program. It's called the Trellis program, Operation Trellis, I believe. And you guys can look that up. So does Mendocino County have one? I believe they do. Like I said, Oakland, Long Beach, LA, San Francisco, and now San Jose, we're looking to implement ours. And again, I can give you examples to remove permitting fees, to allow, again, for the participation of the population who was harmed by the war on drugs. And ultimately, what we're realizing is that it's a necessity to have a strong cannabis economy, because when the people who have traditionally bought pot don't see a reflection of themselves in the industry, they're totally turned off by it. And that's a message that I've been preaching. And the politicians like it because all they give a fuck about is the money. And that's exactly what we're talking about. You guys want to make the most money, let more people participate. So cannabis equities is the way that we're fighting back. And that's like through a legal way where we're literally creating equity. We're passing these equity laws, you know, local ordinances, city by city. And then also with the culture, like I'm saying, man, the culture is the dopest thing that anybody can learn to express. You know, for me, GW Smoke Break, it's Green Walrus, my delivery service. And also definitely supporting the farmers that you believe in, you know, spending your money right. And the last thing before it escapes me is the ancillary benefit. You know, there's a lot of ancillary benefit, and all that means is that, you know, a lot of us got fucked. A lot of people's property didn't meet the zoning requirements, the water rights. You know, it's a big issue up in the Triangle and across the state. And what I'm saying is that it's not entirely doom and gloom. You know, what Kevin taught me as an example is that when you look at the wine industry as an example, in Napa and Sonoma here in California, they were literally just mounds of dirt before wine made them global tourist destinations. And so now you don't have to be a vineyard owner or be a part of the family or even work touching the vineyard. You could drive people from the hotel to the vineyard. You could be a cook at the vineyard. You could fucking be a receptionist. You could help maintain the grounds. You could help make soaps and be a flower arranger. Like all this ancillary benefit that with our industry, I mean, in California, cannabis is tested to the highest standard. It's cleaner than all of the food that's out there. So as people start to realize that, and many people have also said, dude, can you imagine your favorite farmer also hooking up with some fucking fresh ass carrots? Or you can also buy like a box of fucking veggies that you know is like with that same living soil and the same love that was put into his weed plants. And these same farmers and others, it's like, dude, she knows how to bake. He knows how to make soap. Homie fucking does like dope ass woodwork. You know, he would get stoned and fucking do carpentry, and now he's selling his shit. Like another thing that's prevalent in Humboldt is craftsmanship. People are into like arts and crafts and blowing glass, not just pipes, but you know, bowls and fine arts and shit. So that's the future that I see too, man. And when you go to places like Monterey and Carmel and these tourist destinations, like even in Miami and shit, you go to the airport and they have all these trinkets of, you know, Las Vegas fucking keychains and Las Vegas playing cards and all, like for weed, it's all going to be the same thing and how we can be creative. And I believe we're in a great position. And that's why I think that we're experiencing such a fucked up reality right now that in LA, they're going to have this lockdown for another 3 months. Like, dude, I mean, we as the people have so much power, man. We just need to keep on connecting and keep on exchanging ideas and empowering ourselves. And I feel like our communities want to support us. They want to support the small dog. This is the American dream, man. It's like we're not bad people. We're good people, and we have a lot to contribute. So the fight continues, you know, and I appreciate you listening, dude.
No, definitely, dude. You got a hell of a story to tell, man. I appreciate you jumping on and sharing it for sure. And I know Chad does too. And I haven't really been paying attention, chat. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my thoughts straight so I can ask good questions, man. I don't want to sound stupid about stuff, but You mentioned a couple of times the Green Walrus delivery. I don't know if you want to talk about that or if there was another direction you wanted to go. I mean, it's kind of really your platform, really. So.
Yeah, man. So like I'm saying, the reality of selling weed back in the day is, you know, you're delivering it like at a shopping mall, at a gas station, at somebody's house. That was me. Like that was my life. That's how I, you know, made my money. And so when Prop 215 hit, uh, I, you know, that was in '96, and so cops, it took them a long time to understand that. So you were still getting arrested and getting your shit took or stomped out for many years after the passing of 215. And then 2014 came along, and I started realizing that on Weed Maps, there's all these delivery services. And I was always apprehensive of going legal because I'm so used to doing it. I was so used to doing it the other way. And so I was like, fuck, man, I'm going to give it a shot. So I went and I got my paperwork done. All you need to do is go pay a lawyer like $1,200 to get your Prop 215 collective agreement. And I went balls in. I was very professional, and I realized that I had an advantage to my competition because I was doing it for so long. So I had 5 stars on Weed Maps, but I had over 100 reviews. I didn't have, you know, like 3 or 4 or 5 reviews. And when I would get somebody who wasn't happy, I always made sure I'd make them happy if possible. I mean, as you might know, man, some people are impossible to make happy. Some people just want to fucking try to come up, and I mean, you just got to roll with it. So Green Walrus. I mean, Kevin Jodry was the one who mentioned it, but he's like, dude, yeah, you broke through the ice. You're the walrus. He's like, dude, walruses are badass. He was a diver in the Coast Guard. So I think at one time he was near some walruses, or I can't say, man. But he has an appreciation for them, which is cool. But it's something that I came up with on my own. I wanted a mascot, a symbol for my delivery service, and I rocked it heavy until 2018, man, when the law changed to 64 and I had to close it down. And that's when I switched my efforts into cannabis equity here in San Jose. But I loved making deliveries, man. I served seriously like over 600 different people in those 4 years. I was busy, man. I had Pelican. I still got my Pelican coolers. They're just like in my closet. I don't use them, but I had 2 Pelican coolers. I would carry in my car at all times. I'd have a 1/4 pound of weed jarred up, fucking at all times. I got pulled over by cops on different instances, and because I was always professional, I even had Green Walrus polo T-shirts and a Green Walrus hat that I would wear like in uniform. And I drive a green Prius still. So that green Prius, a newer Prius, 2016 neon green, I look like a delivery driver. So I feel like if I wasn't professional, I would have gotten fucking, you know, wrapped up. Wouldn't have done as good compared to the competition. Because when you have like in the city of San Jose at that time, there was, I swear, dude, 60, 80 delivery services, no problem. And if you want to compete with that, you gotta, you know, be able to look people in their eye. And to be honest, it was just the same service I've always given people. I learned that as stoners, dude, it's like you want your dealer to hit you right back up. So that's something that I made sure and I was known for is I'd literally call you back like within 10 seconds. Like I'd call you back every time, just that fast. And if I wasn't around, you'd know. And I kept those that work ethic with the legal delivery. So yeah, man. I was able to really make my mark, and that's part of why I was awarded the Ganjier Award in 2016. That's when, you know, I did get shot in my chest. Unfortunately, man, it was a wild experience, dude. I definitely almost died. I spent 12 days in the hospital, 2 surgeries. But to keep it real, man, it was the finalists was Tim Blake, the founder of the Emerald Cup, and myself. And after I got out of the hospital and I went back to making deliveries, it was like the icing on the cake in the sense that the logic was that, you know, I represented for the new generation, the tenacity, the willpower that you have to have, that when you get knocked down, you always got to get back up on your feet and keep pushing. That's what it's going to take to succeed in the legal industry. So I was, and I still am very honored to have received that. And like I said earlier at the beginning, it's like that's always also motivated me to push harder. So Green Walrus is something that I hope to open back up again here in San Jose. As you guys know, it's like cannabis is federally illegal. So when you do your taxes, there's a lot of business expenses that you can't write off. So a lot of companies are having these huge tax liabilities that they're trying to do these maneuvers to avoid, but the IRS is issuing reports and they're going to have audits, and some people are going to get fucked, man. So it's like, ideally in a perfect world, I wouldn't do shit until it's federally legal. And we don't know if that's going to happen, how soon that's going to happen. And until then, it's like just precarious, because if you really think about it from a money perspective, at least in California, it's tough, dude. It's tough. And so with our equity program, as an example, we've just made sure that everything we do is with the logic that it has to make sense. It just can't be a wet dream. Like if you're building a home, you want to live in that motherfucker for a long time. So you've got to be smart and have a correct foundation for your home, or else like, what's the point of doing everything else if your foundation sucks?
Right.
So, I mean, we're being the tortoise versus the hare. And yeah, man, it's an evolution. And if the ganja gods want it, I mean, I will be slanging weed legally, dude.
Oh yeah, man. I hope that happens for you, dude. I can just tell how much you enjoy it and love the people and all of it. You know what I mean? So what is the? Yeah, maybe I missed it in there, but the Ganjier Award. What was that for? Like, is that for what weed you had, or?
No. So the Ganjier Award, there's 4 recipients in California, and the Ganjier Award is like a lifetime achievement award. But what a sommelier is to wine, a Ganjier is to cannabis. So Kev and a group of folks would, mainly Kev, they would throw the Golden Tarp Awards, and they would get judges together at the Golden Tarp Awards. There'd be a competition for the best depths, and also they'd give out the Ganjier Award. And it was Terrence Allen that received it the year before I did. Samantha Miller received the first one, and then I received it the 3rd year, and Pearl Moon the 4th year. So the Ganjier Award, I think the way to summarize it is given to somebody who helps to push the cannabis industry forward in a positive way, with in their particular field. So Samantha Miller, she still owns, I wish I could name the laboratory that she owns. And Terrence Allen is a phenomenal cannabis activist who was friends with Dennis Perone and would do activism with Dennis Perone, who is the father of Prop 215. And he received the award the year before I did. And then Pearl Moon is like a local legend in Humboldt. You know, she's an older lady, well respected by everybody across the board. And she received the award 2 years ago, 2007, or 3 years, 2017. So that's the Ganjier Award, and I think if the Golden Tarps ever come back on, you might see it again. But dude, I'm honored that I'm one of 4 people in California, man.
Dude, that is a huge honor, man. That's pretty damn amazing, actually. I'd be proud as hell of that too. That's regrets, man. That's cool. I was kind of wondering, he slid it in there. It's like, oh, yeah, it's a little award, but that's a pretty big award. And a lot of, like you say, a small crowd. So that's cool.
Thank you.
No, yeah, that's awesome, man. Kind of lost my train of thoughts here now. I don't know if, when we talked in DM, you mentioned an hour, man, and then I don't know, you said you were getting up early. It's coming up on 2 hours. I didn't want to keep you past, or if there was more we love hanging out. I mean, usually the show goes till 4, so I mean, it's up to you, but I just kind of giving you the chance to go any direction you want to go with it, really.
Yeah, man. I mean, nothing comes to mind. I got another 10 minutes, or if you want to cut it out, it's all good. Grateful to have spoken with you, man. I don't know if you have any questions from the chat room. Anybody wants to know anything in particular?
To be honest, man, I haven't even. I've just been trying to make sure I've stayed in engaging with you, so I haven't really paid attention to the chat at all. I just this is my first time interviewing. I've been on the show with Eagle, but I've never really been like in the position of trying to keep the conversation moving and all that. So, but yeah, definitely, man. I don't know if you got any shout outs you want to do, or was
Yeah,
gonna.
man, I mean, shout out Eagle Gardens for sure. Shout out to everybody in the audience that's watching this. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for thinking of me, bro. You know, to do this in the first place. This is cool. This is how we push forward and keep on connecting and sharing the love for the plant. And life goes on, man. We can't get stuck and be bummed out by all the shit that surrounds us. You know, it could be something small like this that really brightens somebody's day. I know it brightened my day doing this. So, thank you, man.
Yeah, to be honest, man, I just it was one of them things where I just kind of was like gonna throw it out there to a few people. You were one, and I heard back from everybody, and you were the one that kind of only one that could have made it actually. So it just is the way the universe kind of ties everything together. You know, it's kind of cool shit. So I did notice one question I was gonna ask. So Bean Brains, man. I've been hearing a lot about that. I've heard that name dropped a few different times. I'm curious, like, where did this dude come from? Do you know much about it, or?
I mean, Dave, I met him at the Emerald Cup last year, and he's a cool cat. He's an OG, old school like a motherfucker. And just by the nature of his posts on Instagram, I was like, dude, this guy's got some heat. Like he fucking adheres to the ways of the old school cats. And so, I mean, I'm talking about posts that are saying things like, man, I preserved these seeds for 30 years. This is the original shit from Neville, from the seed bank, up in Amsterdam, like the Northern Lights, the Super Skunk. And that's what turned me on. And I actually ordered the beans a year ago in April because he's so passionate about fucking cannabis culture and old school cannabis culture. Is he actually went to Professional Printer in Alaska and had the original seed catalogs from 89, 88, 87. He had them reprinted. And so he's like, you could buy these for, I think it was $100 or a little more, I'm not sure, but it was like 7 or 8 catalogs reprinted beautifully, and in there as a bonus he'd throw in a couple seed packs. So I bought that, and I was like, dude, I got them. I'm like, I feel like I'm traveling in time, like these are like the originals. And then I seen him at the Emerald Cup, and I ran up to him. He's a big ass dude. I was like, what's up, man? This is Danny, man. I follow you. Fucking, cool job on the catalogs, dope shit. Kicked it off, and he kicked me down some more beans. But what I can say is the genetics that I have, that, you know what I'm saying, the way they express themselves, and it's impressive, dude. And I would highly recommend you guys follow him, AK Bean Brains. And I would definitely recommend his gear. Like right now, I'm lucky to have some of this. So some Chile Verde, I got it from Eric. So this is some shit that I'm excited to pop pretty soon. But yeah, dude, AK Bean Brains, like if you have opportunity to pick up his shit, I definitely would, man.
That's awesome, dude. I like that. And I know a lot of the people in chat really enjoy this. And so like just one other thing, and this goes out to Eagle and my buddy Jack Greenstock and chat here too. And probably other people. I'm sorry if I forget anybody in chat, but they have a group where they're looking for like a really straight up pine strain. So I'm just gonna ask you, as the Gangier guy, knowing flavor, but I mean, what would you suggest somebody that's really trying to digging into finding like a pine strain?
Like pine sol, like a pine sol.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Let's see, pine. Oh, there's a strain, I think it was by Jackson, dude. Pine in the Valley or Pine in the Woods.
Okay.
Hold on, let me think real quick. I just smelled. So, like, to be honest, like this Alaskan Thunderfuck crossed with the Mac has a nice piney smell to it. But I know what you're talking about. And I mean, like the OG CD by Rebel Grown that I have, that's straight fuel. That's a strong ass gas fuel. And as far as pine, oh dude,
Don't stress it, man. I was just thinking maybe you had one like kind of like, oh, dude, for sure.
I wish I could, man. I wish I could. I love answering these kinds of questions, dude. If I think about it, I'll definitely spit it out, man. Yeah. Good question though. Good question.
Cool. One last thing that we do for everybody before they go. So Eagle's going to be throwing together later on. He's going to grab some sound bites from every show. So every guest has been kind of throwing it out. Hey, yo, this is me from talking shit with Eagle, whatever. However you want to present it, but it's like that old school radio sound bite. So if you wouldn't mind, man, that'd be freaking awesome way to end it. So.
Yeah, this is Daniel Montero, GW Smoke Break, kicking it with Eagle Gardens.
Awesome, man. Definitely appreciate it. Everybody in chat's hounding me, dude. They're like blowing it up. Don't forget the soundbite. Don't forget the soundbite. I'm like, yep, got it in the notes. So yeah, dude, that's straight up sweet, man. I definitely appreciate you coming on and talking with us, and I know you'll probably see a lot of these people throwing you some follows on stuff too. So I hope so, man, because that's the way we get the community going. And don't, east to west, we'll overgrow the whole government,
Yeah, man, dude, the plant grows us as well. You know what I'm saying? And I hope I didn't sound too extreme with some of my opinions and the things I had to say. But no, dude, fucking, that's what it's all about, bro. Freedom, real freedom.
No, and I definitely, actually, I appreciate you not kind of holding back on that, because some of the opinions are felt with a lot of us too, you know what I mean? So that's just kind of us being able to connect with you and other people connect with you, because those are things you're passionate about, and it's obvious. Like I consider myself lucky I didn't go behind bars, and Lord knows I should have, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, and I know there's people in red states that are behind bars, and it's stupid to me that here we have it essential and medically essential in states where other states people are locked up in prison for it, and it's like, and it's their medicine too. It's no different, So I appreciate that viewpoint for sure, man.
Hey, to answer your question real quick, so the pine question, what I would do is I would message Mean Gene on Instagram and politely ask him that question, and he'll fucking, it's like in the pines, I think. But Jackson is somebody that I would ask, dude. Okay. For all you guys out there, if you guys send a message on IG politely, he'll respond for sure.
Yeah, he's one of them guys that's got an amazing palate too, like the way he talks about stuff, and I've heard people talk about his genetics. That's pretty cool. I actually have my first chance at growing some of his genetics. It was the Tubby Custard, but I got him from the Regenerative Conference from CJ. Actually, he's the one that got him from Son Abyss and gave them to me. So, but they're her Mountain Mango crossed to his Tubby Custard. So we're gonna try to grow that out this year and see how they do, man. So we'll have the love of the valley,
Yeah, man. What are you growing? What strains are you digging right now?
I got a few that are my favorites. Honestly, Sin City Seeds kind of crushed it for me in a few different lines. And Blue Lime Pie is one that I have, which is a key lime pie cross to their Blue Power. So it's kind of that key lime pie cut. And I have their Rascalberry, which is the one I have is a really berry leaner, but it's kind of OG Rascal's white strawberries is kind of what I was after. I can't even remember what the crossed it with, but so yeah, I mean, them are a couple of my hot ones. I definitely have one of the legends from around here anyways, the GG4 cut, and Josie just passed too recently, so rest in peace to him too. But yeah, man, there's some killer ones, dude. I just got some stuff from Gage Green Group, so that's kind of my first boutique really buy. They're probably the most expensive seeds I've gotten before, but I don't know. We'll see what comes of it. It's kind of my stab at getting something unique. So.
Yeah, man. You asked me for shout outs, dude. So I do want to shout out Nick Risden. He's from Kentucky, but he's out in Michigan now. On Instagram, it's NickRisden, man. Cool ass cat. Give him a follow. He's out in Michigan. He loves weed. He's about it. He might even be watching right now. I can't say.
Awesome, man. Cool. We'll do that, dude, for sure. So. Well, sweet, man. I'll let you cut out, and definitely appreciate your time, brother. It was a pretty awesome show, I think. So hopefully some of the people out in your neck of the woods can check it out too, you know. So
Yeah, man, I'm definitely gonna. I wasn't sure I was gonna work out, but I'm definitely gonna help spread the word. We can watch it on the Eagle Gardens YouTube channel.
correct. Yep. I
Cool.
I can forward you the link to the show or whatever. So
Yeah, man. Yeah, that'd be sweet, bro.
awesome.
Yeah,
Man.
dude. Like I said, thank you. It was a lot of fun speaking with you. I got pretty high off this Maui onion, and thanks for putting up with the fucking technical difficulties, man.
No, dude, that was sweet. I mean, that's just the way it works. So everything fell together the way it was supposed to. So definitely appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, one love, dog.
Awesome, man.
Peace. Peace.
Yep, it's all good. Well, awesome guys out in chat, man. I see you trying to blow me up. I'm sorry, guys. I was just doing the best I could to get the story, get to know Danny a little bit. What an awesome dude, man! Awesome way to connect with the guys out on the West Coast. See how their community's kind of working. See how we can work. You know what I mean? I think it's definitely cool stuff. So yeah, I guess you guys know the drill, man. It's about that time, right? Somebody's got to jump in. Still got some time, so I'm gonna do some shout outs. I see the usual gang, man. It's DLP 2372, Miss D's Nugs, J Diz, Mystic Marks, Aldridge 25.
Boom's got you covered, brother.
Boom's coming in. Cool, man. I was trying to see if Boom was in there. Chiba, man. I seen that. Lexi, see you out there. Johnny Can of Seeds. Man, there's so many guys. I just love that. There's it's like I got 50 new friends, you know what I mean? And it's hard to always say hi to everybody. And I hope if I miss anybody, I hope they don't think that that's intentional by any means. Because I definitely enjoy talking with everybody on here. So.
Boom, Smiley, GSW, Smoke Break TV. Thank you guys for holding that down for me tonight. I can't thank you guys enough.
No problem.
Thank you for jumping in on a late notice, Boom. Help keep things going, brother.
Yeah, no problem. I can't stay long. I just wanted to, give my condolences to you and the family. It's always tough when you lose someone. Yeah, rough time, eh? But yeah, thanks to Smiley for, jumping in there and taking over host duties for a little bit. All that. Cheers to the chat.
I don't know where he went.
You got out quick. Time for a bathroom break, maybe.
It's been a tough day, and there's been a warm, so many positive vibes from the community today. I didn't want to just not let it happen today because I love this, and it actually has helped me, pick me up a lot, So I'm grateful you were able to jump in for at least a few minutes or whatever to help keep it running, brother.
Yeah, make a little bit of an appearance before I got to go get ready. I'll give you about 10 or 15 more minutes. Yeah.
Cool, man. No, that was I'm just blown away how that shit works out, dude. It's just I don't know, the community just kind of responds like in ways like that. It just kind of blow me away. I've seen it not just in this case, but in a lot of cases, like I don't know, even like stories of like people needing RSO for medicine and whatever, just a bunch of people just throw them a donation to get it happening, and it's like those stories are happening all over the community, and it just kind of, I think that shit's cool, man. It's real cool. Yeah, so I don't know, Boom, what's up, man? You got a long shift ahead? What do you work? 8 long shifts?
Off for the just the 8-hour shift, but yeah, go push a broom around for a little bit.
Yeah, you make it sound so fun, man.
Oh well. I'm finally off production. I've been on production for 13 years, so I always swore I'd never do the cleanup shift, but now that I'm actually on the cleanup shift, I kind of like it. It's funny how fast the time passes cleaning up, but when you're on production and you break down and you got to go clean something up, fuck, does that ever make the time go slow? Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Working man troubles.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just I got my everything transplanted out of solo cups today. Yeah, I got 6 different strains going right now that we transplanted anyway. We're gonna pheno hunt them and see if we find something we like worth keeping around.
What you after?
I'm not sure. I'm after a couple things. I like cherries. I kind of like gas behind the cherries, but you know, fruit up front, fuel in the back, kind of a thing.
Mullet, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break your
I got a Slimer across to Fruity Pebbles OG. So I'm looking for limes there, obviously. A little bigger structure on the Slimer, the Chernobyl style thing. What else? Animal cookies, cross the Tropicana cookies from Ripper Seeds. Be interested to see what that comes out like.
Nice. It is exciting, man. Cracking new ones. Like, I don't know. Like, some of that stuff, you kind of evolve. It seems like I did anyway. Like, you start buying certain things because they catch your attention, right? Like, catchy name or whatever. And then you start kind of learning about genetics. And it just seems like now, like, I really want to know more about, like, where that cross came, like the lineage, you know what I mean, is more important. And what am I really after? Because it's like by the time you invest all your time into one seed, it's like, man, you really, you're not wasting time being choosy, I should say. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and they're expensive too. As I
Yeah.
as I have this compulsion to buy more, but I don't know.
Yeah, I spent more money on seeds that I was hyped on, and they showed up, and they always come with freebies, and I can't tell you how many times I see those freebies. I was like, oh, well, that's kind of more interesting than what I paid for. I think I'll just pop those.
Yeah, dude, that happens a lot, dude. Actually, Blue Line Pie is one of my favorites. It has been for a few years now, and that was a freebie pack from
Yeah,
since
pop those freebies. Yeah, they're always the best.
they made it through the cut too because it's on their roster. So, I mean, shout out to them if you guys want to try running it. It's definitely some heat.
Jack's Greenstock in the chat said, try cherry pie crosses for gas and cherries. I had a cherry gasm from Sub. That was a cherry pie cross to Space Dude, I believe. I really liked it. That's kind of where I figured out, like, yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for. But it's one of those situations. I was early in the game and gave the cut to a buddy, and he lost the cut, and I had to update my power, so couldn't keep it. Had to go. But I'll find something again.
Yeah, actually, the cherry pie is what I was after, Jack, with the one I got from Archives. So that's what I was getting at with a lot of that lineage. You know what I'm saying? Like some of these clone onlys, you're not gonna find the clone only, but if you're pretty smart about it, a lot of those cuts are going around to different breeders, and then you can kind
You
of
could find a Durban Poison, though. Durban Poison is part of the lineage of cherry pie. I can't remember exactly what the other side of it is off the top of my head, but I know it's Durban Poison crossed to something. So once you start figuring that kind of thing out, you can kind of backtrack, figure out where you want to jump in on a line and where something's no longer going to be what you're looking for, right?
Yep. Yeah, like I got the cherry pie leader out of that one. I think I'll post a picture of it or send you a picture, Jack. You can tell me. I love it, man. That's what I love about it, dude. Because like I don't know, it's like you can be a certain level connoisseur in your own little world. You know what I'm saying? Like to a certain extent, we have our own little worlds, and we know the people we know, and we see what we see, and that's our level of connoisseur. And it's really until somebody comes in and like smacks your palate with something that you're fucking like, holy shit. And then you know what I mean? Then your little world kind of gets shattered a little bit, but you see like the brighter picture and you have this like bigger goal or heart, you know what I mean? A little better target than you had before. And it's like that. I don't know. That's just kind of the way it's been for me because I literally not, it's just totally because I want to have control of what I smoke. You know what I mean? It's like,
That's what that cherrygasm did for me. I'd never had fruity flavored weed before. It was pine, or it was earthy, or it was musky. Those were your three choices, and usually it was two of the three at least, right? Like, didn't get a lot of option around here. But then I got that, and I was like, that. When people say their weed tastes like cherries, I'm like, yeah, I bet it tastes like cherries. That tasted like cherries. I was like, holy shit. There's fucking levels to this, apparently. Okay. Thought we were doing good, but we've been smoking swaggy stuff for years.
well, I do think though, like, so it's been my experience too. Like, those are the guys that are always like, oh, genetics are so everything, you know. And I was one of the guys before where I was like, well, yeah, I mean, genetics are important, but I kind of sided with the whole environment was everything kind of side of it. But after
No, I agree.
I've had my mind blown though by some pretty elite cuts that like I didn't pop the seed, I didn't pheno hunt it, I had it handed to me, and it's like, oh, that's what they mean by an elite. You know what I mean? Like it just kind of is like next level for it. So some of that shit's kind of different. It's just how you expand your connoisseur level. That's why it's like you never want to think you're a master. Do you? Like somebody always has got something they can share with you didn't hear before. Especially
Probably for
being
about 10 years, though, I never had anything that wasn't piney, earthy, or musky, right? So nothing sweet ever came across the table. Not to say that those guys weren't growing sweet strains, but by the time you get it in your hands, right? The old Ziploc bag, right? It sits in the Ziploc, and then it sits at the guy's house until you get there and pick it up. And by the time you get it home, it's way over dried, right?
Fuck, that's what I was gonna ask the dude. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to. I was gonna ask him about their long-term cure dries and stuff because like a lot of the guys out west there do their outdoor and then they're not even smoking it until like April the next year. It's like months and months. So I was just gonna kind of ask him about some of that because I don't know that like obviously there's guys doing it at a high level and connoisseur level, but I can't imagine that's like the norm. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe the next time he's on or something.
Yeah.
What do you think of Danny, man? Did you ever hear a GW smoke break, or I don't know if you knew of Danny Montero at all.
No, I wasn't hip to him until he came on. No.
It was pretty sweet interview, man.
Yeah. He's got a hell of a story, getting shot in the chest, and Jesus.
Yeah.
I ain't that into it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much to make of that. I was gonna let him take it if he wanted to, but it seemed like he just wanted to say that was a hurdle he overcame,
Yeah.
Which is huge, dude. Especially like you can just see the fucking motivation and passion in his face, you know what I mean? Kinios.
Kinios, how's it going? Hope I'm not hopping in too quick. It says connecting audio. I see that now on the bottom of the screen. Connecting audio, eh? So now we can know when each other, just because we're here doesn't mean we're ready to talk yet, eh?
I did that the other night when you were jumping in. It was like connected and nobody could see you, and I'm going boom, like I thought you were showing up. Nobody could. Some funny stuff though, man.
I'm just doing it from my laptop, so I got YouTube over here, and then I got Zoom on top of YouTube, so I can't see the YouTube video, but I can follow along with the chat still.
Yeah, no, it's cool that like I wasn't even worried about tonight, man. Like honestly, I just knew Eagle needed a chance to do it. He's kind of mentioned it, and that probably is, I don't know, that's just the way shit works, right? It was probably something subconscious is setting up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just I knew that everybody would kind of come together for it. You know what I mean? Come together around it. We'd have a good show, and just having that initial thought about it, I think, is what puts positivity out in the universe and makes shit happen. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Somebody like Danny's doing the same thing, and he's ready to say, "Hey, man, I'm gonna help out." That was badass.
Yeah, no, I get a lot of love from the show. Yesterday, I woke up on the couch and popped in and barely awake, stretching it out. And our friend up in Canada, Boom Farms, has good success with autos. I go, Jesus, I just got here and they're talking about me already. I get a lot of love from the group in the chat. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys. But like I said, I got to get off to work. I'll let the Kenios team here pop in and pick up the slack.
Okay.
See you later, guys. Have a nice night.
Oh, brother.
Boom.
Boom. What's going on, Kenios? Uh-oh.
You're muted.
Right.
It's the Kenioses. People in Lexi's in chat saying Mrs. Kenios. And I was like, it's the Kenioses. They're together. So it's got to be
As
true,
usual.
Yeah, we're not apart very often, so.
right?
As usual.
That's all right, man. That's living the good life, right?
Right.
How's the week been going? The weather get good for you guys? It was.
No, not yet. It's still a little chilly here. Frost warning last night. I think we had a frost last night, and a frost warning again tonight, I think. So, we're still waiting for the outdoor season to get going. It's going to be another couple of weeks before we're in the clear as far as, the possibility of frost happening.
Mental note, not to ask the northern people about the weather. So it's like, oh, we got snow. We got snow.
It's never as good as everywhere else.
Yeah, the answer is usually fuck the weather.
Yeah, and I was gonna ask you. Oh shit! What was I just gonna say? Lexi's throwing me off. I see my red name.
Well, you threw her under the damn bus there,
I did. How?
She said you threw her under the bus because she said just hi to me.
Oh. Oh, she wasn't talking to me.
My bad, Lexi. I didn't think it was that, but that's funny, man. No, it's yeah, I don't know. That's probably pretty crazy having that come together. So, what's on you guys' mind tonight?
Not much. We were just chilling out, and I see the call come in here. We actually weren't even on. How's Eagle doing? Is he doing all right?
I'm hanging in there, brother. It's been.
Oh, you're right there.
You're there.
I'm here in spirit. I'm not a lot to add. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I got you. Yeah.
I'm just kind of trying to.
It sucks.
It does. I just trying to back my man that's backing me up, and thank you guys for jumping on in such short notice to help keeping the night going, keeping the community rolling tonight. It means a lot. It really does. You guys keeping this going and chat, sending all their positive vibes as it helps. It really does. It really does. And I can't thank everybody enough that's hanging out tonight and that's gave me my daughter's love in our terrible time. So
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Well, much love, man. No worries. Fucking no sweat for us.
We're here for you, dude.
Yeah.
Hi, Lexi. Glad to see you both, she says.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I do think it's funny because it is in chat. Like it's usually Kenios and then Mrs. Kenios now. So it's funny though. They got it right on the line here. It's the Kenioses. So. Oh man.
Yeah, we had a busy night tonight. Tonight was soil making night.
Yeah, I had to make soil again, so we
No
busted
shit.
up tonight, and still need to take some clones and do some more transplants too. But we had to get that soil mixed up. So
I got to do that yet too. That's what I was gonna go over if nobody was gonna come on. I was just like, well, fuck it, I'll just talk about my soil and what I got planned to do. I don't know. See if somebody jumps on.
right, nice. I gotta pack another bowl here, I guess. huh?
Yeah, I guess we better pack another bowl.
What do you guys run the shop, man? And what soil mix you run? You probably covered this already. I don't know. My bad.
We kind of covered it. We kind of brushed it the first night we were on, but I got no problem freaking repeating it either. Do you want to take that, Hunter? Do you want me to?
Yeah, I
do
mean,
it?
we've tested a lot of different soils, and what we do is a personal mix. We start with a bale of Pro Mix as our base, and we add in a bag of a product called pit moss, which is upcycled paper fiber. It's like recycled newspapers. It adds like a lot of aeration and water retention to the soil.
Makes it nice and fluffy.
Yeah, really makes it nice
Really
and
makes that
spongy.
Pro Mix fluffy.
And then we throw in like a half a bag of the Coast of Maine lobster compost because it's got a lot of calcium and chitin in it. And then
A huge mix of, I think we were talking about this in chat the other night. Somebody was agreeing with me. I forget who it was. Maybe Mr. Greenpots was saying down to earth. We use a whole array of the down to earth dry amendments. You know, I put in like, I don't know, I can't think of the amounts off the top of my head, but 8 ounces to 12 ounces or whatever of everything from bone meal and oyster, and we use the kelp, and we use
blood meal and
langbonite and all that crap.
So
Basically,
you're really doing the super soil kind of thing.
yeah, exactly. And my choices in those, basically what I tried to do was like have 3 different sources of, say, nitrogen, for instance. Okay, 3 different sources, and of course each different source is going to use it at a different rate. So I try to get like a fast acting source of nitrogen, a medium acting source of nitrogen, and then maybe a longer acting source of nitrogen, and do that with each of the major nutrients. Phosphorus, potassium, same thing. The calcium kind of double up and have a couple of sources so that they're getting used at different rates. And I find that when I've got the mix really down right, it really takes the plant through the whole cycle, and we don't have to do much with like amending liquids. We add liquids like once a week, and it's like really kind of watered down.
It's kind of like biological. I was just curious. Yeah. I'm really, really curious about the pit moss and like the idea. I don't know. I guess it's on air, but the idea I was kind of kicking around is having some form of a regenerative base to the soil. So like the hat's not just being about it. I mean saying it or whatever, but I want to be about it too. And that was kind of like when I'm mixing soil, I like to do my own mixes, and I put a lot of effort into picking and choosing how I'm going to go about it or whatever. And pit moss has always been kind of on the radar, but there's not really a good source for it. There's some differences between that and then like a full peat base. And I just was curious, you mix the Pro Mix, which is a peat, in with the pit moss. Have you ever tried like a full pit moss, or is it?
No, we do have. Well, no, I take that back. We got a bag of their Canna Blend, which when you look at that, it is peat moss, right? In the Canna Blend. Am I wrong?
Yes, the Canna Blend is.
So it's basically the same thing as what we're doing. We have a pallet.
Peat moss.
We have a pallet of the Canna Blend coming in from Pit Moss for our shop. Should be here, I don't know, maybe sometime this week, hopefully, if not early next week. So we will be running that and selling it as well.
But we run everything we put in the shop, so we'll be running a test run through the room.
No, I love that too. That's super cool, man. That is like a kick-ass way to do it. But no, and I, if you're uncomfortable answer, I just was curious. That's my own curiosity about it. But like right now, I do the bales of peat, so it's like the raw. It's a more of a raw form of the peat than
Yeah.
what would be in the pro mix or whatever.
Pro mix,
But,
yes.
but I'm really trying to avoid perlite, but
Much respect for that. I get your choice in that. Totally understand, and I agree 100%. We'd love to switch to a more, renewable source of aeration. Definitely would love to.
my problem with it is that, like any other form seems to be like heavy as fuck. You know what I mean? I feel
Right.
like I'm gonna get a hemorrhoid trying to, or hernia trying to move these fucking things around after I fill them with rocks and like, like I'm looking at number 10s going to number 15s, and that's like, and then I'm kind of looking at this. Oh, I'm gonna do this biomimicry and put a rock layer in the bottom, and I'm thinking 2 inches of rock in this like 24 or 28-inch circle, whatever it is for a number 15 smart pot.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of weight, man. I'm gonna think about this perlite thing.
Yeah, they totally get heavy, don't they? It's like the Soil King, the big roots he uses pumice, right?
Right. He's got pumice.
He's got pumice in that, and it is quite a bit heavier, and that's overall a little bit heavier soil than the mix that we're using, and that's kind of part of it too. We like the weight of the mix that we're using.
Yeah, it's easy to lug around the 7-gallon pots. Someone in chat had asked if we do cocoa at all.
I want to
We
try
have
it.
not yet.
I
but
do want to try it at some point, definitely. We carry a brick cocoa, but we haven't actually tried it yet. I'd like to try it out, definitely. I hear a lot of good things.
Like try it in your mix, or try it in like a hydro type setup.
Maybe overall, just try it. Yeah, as part of as the major part of the mix. Take the pro mix out and replace it with cocoa.
Yeah.
And Michelle asked us what bottles we use. Right now we're running a few things because we're running some test runs.
Yeah.
Our
From the
tried and
shop.
true set of nutrients is Sweet Leaf. It's actually made right here in Maine, so we love that.
And it's really gentle. It's vegan. It's not like over concentrated, but it's not under concentrated either. It's a nice, gentle, I think, gentle nutrient line.
Absolutely. It's a 7-bottle line. It's really easy to use. And we really like it. I've never seen a deficiency, which, is always a plus. But we're also testing out Foop, which is a new product that was just released on 4/20 of this year.
It's a fish poop.
Yeah, it's derived
A
from
and B.
fish excrements, but it's only a 5-bottle line. There's a veg 1 and 2, a bloom 1 and 2, and a sweetener.
Yeah.
And that's it. And that's been really, it showed some promising results. Though they're 3 weeks into flower right now.
Yes.
And they boomed in veg. They're the bushiest and most, they have the most leaves out of everything that came out of the veg room at the same time.
The day after their first shot of that nutrient, they are praying like crazy, and they really haven't stopped praying since then. And then we're using one more. We're trying out age old.
We're running an age old grow and bloom the old school 2-part system.
Just because we started carrying those in the shop, so we're just kind of doing a side by side with those also, see how those are doing, and those are doing fine. We went a little nuts at first and went full shot or full.
Little harsh on the plants.
It was a little harsh, so we cut back.
That's all right though. At least you got the experience to know. You know what I mean? Now you can tell somebody too your experience with it.
Right.
Exactly.
Use half. Cut it in half and go from there.
Yep.
We also run fish shit for microbes.
Yeah.
Um,
We've used Microbe Life,
yeah, we've
Hydro,
run photosynthesis plus
Photo
and root
Plus,
dip and all
Root
that
Dip,
from
yep.
Microbe Life.
We use that sometimes.
Occasionally throw in a little herb natural.
Yep.
Have you ever tried
And
dip and grow? Do you guys get the dip and grow? It's like old school, been around forever. They're pretty
we've
cheap.
heard of the dip and grow. Can you? Thank you.
I got you.
I think I was looking up too, like the camera went up. Shit.
We got new phones, so I'm actually able to have Zoom on my phone now. I couldn't have it on my old phone because the software was so old. I couldn't take any recent software updates, and I couldn't download Zoom. So now I'm able to download it on my phone, which is really cool.
Yeah, that is cool, man.
We use Bigfoot products for like our mycorrhizal fungi and stuff.
Yep.
They have a granular and a concentrate, and they just came out with a gold, which is amazing stuff. You open it up, it smells like yeast because it's just like packed full of nitrogen fixing bacteria. It's got more mycorrhizal fungi and more nitrogen fixing bacteria than any other product on the market per gram.
Wow.
So it's like Extreme Gardening's Mycos and Azos mixed, like their Mycos wettable powder and their Azos mixed together, and then add a few extra fungi and bacteria on top of it.
Yeah. So we know a lot of people use Extreme Gardening. A lot of people are familiar with the Azos and Mycos. A lot of people use that. This Bigfoot was a small company that we found out of Oregon, was it?
Yes.
Oregon.
Bigfoot.
And they're really cool because they use like biochar and
biochar, kelp, humic acid, and
humic.
worm castings
Yeah,
as the carrier for the fungi.
the carrier for the inoculant. So
instead of it just being an inert carrier, it's a carrier that feeds the
useful.
fungi.
That's what I thought was really cool. It's a useful carrier.
Huh.
You know, you need the biochar and all that. Just they're going to be helpful on their own as well. So
what do you think about the biochar? Have you guys messed with that?
No, and this is actually the only time that I've used of it. What do you think?
I actually I incorporate that about 15% into my mix.
You do? Nice.
You know, so the advantage I think there is with it is it raises the carbon content. So like when you're mixing the ingredients together, I guess my mind's eye on it was that I could add more of like say my nitrogen and some of these other inputs, because it's like the carbon to nitrogen ratio is like what'll cause them to light off and heat. Like I say light off, but they'll biologically heat up, and that's like what you're talking about when you say a hot soil is it's biologically heating up and burning the freaking plant roots. You know what I mean? It's like all that biology is acting on that nutrients that's free and available in the soil mix. So all your fast acting available water soluble stuff is what's. So anyway, yeah. So that was my thought on it, is I could add that to raise the percentage of carbon in the soil to begin with, without having to bring it in the form of organic. So
Nice.
you know what I mean. So a lot of the soils are that third, and kind of probably what you guys are doing similar with that. I think super soil is about that: a third peat, a third compost, and a third aeration, and then
Right.
amendments on top, kind of thing.
Yeah, totally cool.
Yeah, so that's kind of, I don't know. That was something I was digging into a lot. I was gonna try to make my own, but I ended up getting the Black Owl, I think was the brand. I don't know. Some research. They specialized in it. There's some quirky ins and outs about it, but I did get some locally actually too. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Am I wrong in thinking it's just charred wood? Is it just burned wood, charred wood?
No, that There's a distinct difference. That's the difference between good biochar and actually bad biochar.
Okay.
So good biochar is going to leave you with pure carbon, and bad biochar would be like where whatever part of that process didn't finish to leave you with good pure carbon. So the descriptions I had in my notes was they'll look oily if they're not totally done right, and they can float and like not take on water, shit like that. But so
Right.
essentially what you're doing is you're burning up that wood in the absence of oxygen, and without oxygen in the mix, it's basically evaporating all the nitrogen, potassium, calcium, all this other shit to leave you with pure carbon, because it needs oxygen to actually burn off that carbon. And without that, you left with pure carbon. So if any part of that didn't get hot enough or it didn't go long enough, you know what I'm saying? There's some. It's kind of like brewing a tea or something. Like you gotta have some good parameters to make sure you got a decent thing in the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
But it's definitely, I think, a pretty huge key for the ability to hold and maintain like nutrients, the cation exchange in the soil, and not only that, but the anion exchange too. Not a lot of people talk about that. But,
Yeah.
like the pit moss, that was one of the things I had heard about. That is that they'll tend to decay really fast, especially if you have worms in it. So like in a living soil sense.
Oh yeah, definitely. When I first got my worms, because we keep a couple worm bins. I got my worms last year, and when we first got them, that was my thinking, totally along those lines. Like, wow, those worms are gonna love this shit. So I poured a bunch of it in, and they chewed it right up. They love it, absolutely love it. I was reading into the worm bins and stuff, and they say to use shredded up newspaper, and I was like, fuck, we got this. I'm just gonna throw this in, and they're gonna love it. I know they are, and sure enough, they did. I mean, they turned it to castings real quick.
Well, it's a cellulose base and a lot like peat, and that was one of the other things I was trying to consider was like the mixing in of cocoa, because cocoa is actually kind of a lignin, more of a lignin tannin kind of compound, which is going to take a lot longer to break down. It'll
Break down, right?
hold its structure a lot longer. I actually even think I think I could take some of my old stems and almost do like what they did to harvest the fiber from those, and I could almost use that as like that part of the mix. But I mean, obviously it's a lot of work, a little bit of a dream, but just something stoning sitting here thinking about shit.
Right, but that's really cool when you're utilizing the whole, everything that you possibly can, right? Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's just kind of the idea behind it. I like thinking outside of the box like that. I know I do a lot of weird shit, and I don't recommend a lot of the shit I do, because I do a lot of weird shit. So that's how my brain works. Like I want to learn how it goes. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
sometimes you just got to do it to know if it's gonna work or not, or be better. And I don't know.
Yeah, totally.
I can answer the question going down in chat. Growstone went out of business because Scott's Miracle Grow bought them
out,
and they were a natural alternative to their products, so they shut them down.
Squashed it.
That's BS, man.
Yeah.
I had that actually.
Growstone.
Yeah.
Shout out
to one small bag left in stock.
Yeah, one small bag on the shelf
of nat mix, right?
That's nat mix.
Yeah.
So that's what happened to me in my soil mix. I started out and I had Sunset. That was the brand I remember, but it had a big bag of pumice, and that's what I had for my original mix. And then that disappeared. So I was like, well, I'll get these grow stones, and I wasn't sure about them because like I had heard some, different scenarios. They don't work the best. You know what I mean? Not necessarily for what I was doing, but other people were doing different things and had problems for whatever reason. And so I wasn't so sure about them initially. And then so I went with those because those pumice things were gone. And then I went to mix another batch, and those were gone. And I'm like, son of a bitch! Now I got to find a new thing, you know. I'm down to hydrogen or the large chunk perlite, but I'm not a big fan of really either one of them for it. But I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna find an alternative ourselves. Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, and you guys got a different situation. I mean, it's something I can play with. You know what I mean? Like I added purple Jamaican sea moss. You know, I don't know. Everybody gonna do that? No.
To answer Johnny Caniseed, what you can do with the roots after harvest, take some roots, clean them really well, and cook them in a crock pot with coconut oil, and it makes a really amazing anti-inflammatory salve. Like there are a lot of different different cannabinoids that exist in the roots that help with anti-inflammatory properties and skin healing and things like that. They can be turned into, you can put it in coconut oil, you could put it in olive oil. It helps with rashes and stuff like that. The roots are really good for skin.
And then you can compost them when you're done with it.
Yep.
That's what I would do.
You just kind of boil out what you need and then compost the fiber.
Yeah.
Yep. Compost what's left after you've made a salve out of them.
That's cool. That's something I don't really dig out the root ball a ton, but I mean I guess I do to a certain extent. So that's cool. How far up do you get? Like how much of the stem would you use in that then? Are you trying to get just the roots, like what's below the surface, or do you get the little stump? I mean, nobody cuts it right out the soil, I guess.
The ones that are still really nice and white and fresh and young have the most. You're gonna have to repeat that. I couldn't hear. The phone was being dumb.
I'm just wondering. I was just kind of wondering. So, like most people harvest the plant, you're gonna cut it, and you'll have a stump. You know what I mean? Part of the stem. And mine, I still see a lot of ooze and juices out of that for a few days yet. You know what I mean? So obviously, you're gonna want to do it fresh, right? But would you use that part of the stem then too, or do you try to get just the root part?
I mean, you absolutely could.
Yeah.
I mean, it all has the terpenes and the cannabinoids all through it. So if you could use the stem, I take, pull the root ball out, and the tendrils that are at the bottom that are just kind of hanging, those, you cut those off and rinse them off really well. And that's what I would use.
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering, if you were just after a certain part of the root there, if it was more.
I mean, you could use the rest of it, but it'd be really hard to get it clean. Once you when you get way up into that ball, there's dirt everywhere inside there. It'd be really hard to get it clean enough to want to rub it on your skin, I would think.
Yeah, that's kind of what
straining it.
Like, how much rinsing are you really digging down to the whole? I've seen some guys do that where they'll have. I mean, they legitimately will have the 2.5 foot big old root ball or whatever it is when it's all stretched out and rinsed out. It's amazing.
Yeah, hydro roots are great because they're clean.
Right.
Yeah, some of those guys are amazing with the way they like the deep water culture stuff. Like some of the root balls those guys will have, it's unreal.
It's insane.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not a hater on any of them styles. I'm just not good enough to make them work. That's kind of, you know what I mean? Like some of that shit's like rocket science, man. It's like badass, but I don't know.
Yeah, my problem is a love-hate relationship with plumbing, I think. I would end up with fucking water everywhere. I just know it,
Oh, no doubt, man. There's definitely skill involved. Like Sergeant Pepper and them guys, man, they act like, oh, we're just, tinkering or whatever, but it's like, shit, man, that looks like a professional damn job, dude. Like,
right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's my problem too. I hack around with hacking plumbing and doing different shit. Probably a lot messier than I should be.
Jesus, Storm.
Oh, we just gotta ask
We gotta-
what we're puffing on.
We got a dog snoring in the background here.
Yeah, yeah. Storm will not stop her snoring.
What are we
Let's see.
puffing on? Skunk? That skunk from the other
Let's
night.
see if I
still.
can't. Can you see her? She's black as can be, so she might be a little difficult to see.
So you guys got to know a ton of other gardeners around there. I mean, do you get sample a bunch of different stuff going on around there too? Or is it a lot of your own weed that you smoke?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah, sometimes.
a lot of the
Like we had a few, right? We had a few of our customers end of last season. You know, we have a lot of outdoor growers that stop by our shop for some reason. We're trying to build up the number of indoor growers to help keep us going throughout the year. It sucks when they only stop by from, May to October, and then we don't see them again until the next May, So we got to find some more outdoor growers that are indoor growers that are buying all year round. But anyway, a lot of outdoor growers, and we had a few definitely stop by last year and try this and whatever. So yeah, a little bit.
there are we have a thing during the winter called the Mid-Maine Sesh where a bunch of the local caregivers get together and put up tables and stuff, and we can usually go around and sample everybody's wares. It's a private event, so we can all get together and smoke, and hopefully we'll still be able to do that this winter.
Right, clouds and clouds of smoke in that place. Holy Jesus!
You open up the door and you
Fun,
think it was
man.
fire.
The events are fun. I was talking about that with CJ. He mentioned it. He's like, man, this sucks. I miss coming out to the social clubs and hanging out where everybody's kind of chill. They got the same vibe and fucking, you know what I mean? It's like the events are cool. I love it. It's way different than trying to be any event with an alcohol.
Oh yeah, isn't it? Oh my God, way different.
And I can't help but kind of love on this because I sit here drinking a beer, but I have one or two beers. It's the end of my day. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out getting shit faced drunk. Like I've done that and I've had them days, but nothing good ever came from any of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. So I don't know. Even in high school, I was never the drinker. I was always the kid with the weed, and it was then you were kind of shunned on. You know what I mean? But everybody go binge drink every weekend, and then I wouldn't get invited to parties because I brought the weed instead, or I'd always want to smoke weed. It's you get to where you just don't give a shit, man. I'm just gonna go where I can smoke and hang out, and other people enjoy it too.
Right, exactly. It was the same for me. I didn't drink a lot either. So yeah, it was just the weeds. So. And I always found some people will tell you that, I don't like to smoke alone. I like to smoke with somebody else, blah, blah, blah. I never minded smoking alone. I always enjoyed so it's just me, no big deal.
Honestly, that's the best time. Like Eagle was talking about that, going outside and smoking and relaxing.
Oh, totally.
Got me thinking too, man. I used to love that shit. Just to walk in the woods. You know what I mean? You get baked, go walk in the woods, and it's just this really surreal escape almost. You know what I mean? You just, I don't know. There's so much to take in, stimulation wise, and that it's relaxing. There was a book I can't think of the name, but they were talking about that, where we always say we're overly stimulated, and that's actually not true because walks in nature like that, there's so much going on around you, but it's still kind of a relaxing thing for you, So it's more the type of stimulation, I guess.
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking. It's a completely different type of stimulation. I spent a lot of time in the 90s learning and then teaching outdoor survival skills. Not doomsday prepper survival, but more like Native American survival skills, kind of getting along, building shelters and making fire without matches and understanding the plants and the medicinal and the edible plants and how to purify your water and just all that stuff to keep you alive out there. I spent quite a few years studying that and really enjoyed it. So yeah, and it's out there in the woods. It's a completely different sort of like you said, sort of stimulus. Yeah,
That's
definitely.
cool, man. You would totally dig on like foraging and different things like that. So there's Country Roots put out a list. I've talked about it before, but they got a list of like plants around that have certain nutritional values or known for certain nutritional values. So burdock, horsetail, nettles. I
Yep.
don't know. There's just a different list of wild things that you can go. So like the idea there is you can go and forage for those at certain times of year. You can get get them in their prime of growth when they're like really starting to expand and grow. And that's the stuff you can bring into your like compost pile or your worm bin or whatever. And like as you add that and build that, you're slowly bringing all that stuff into the plant in a way that's just natural and available for it with the biology that's going to be from your, your local area and stuff. So you'd totally dig that, dude. If that's the list, you know what I mean? You got your survival, you know what to eat out there. It's basically the same thing,
Yeah, exactly. Same idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like it's almost like bringing the outdoor terroir inside in a way.
Yeah.
Have you guys experienced that? Do you think that that's such a thing, like where you can have a specific cultivar grown in a specific area only come out and taste a certain way?
Yeah, I truly believe that's a thing.
I
don't you?
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, even from you look at indoor gardeners, indoor growers. From one person to the next, stuff is different. Your style is different, and it shows. You can have the same plant, the same cut, and two different growers. It's gonna have some minor differences at least.
Do you see that a lot through like your testers and stuff?
Yeah,
Like I know
totally.
you run them, so you got a pretty good idea what's coming out, and like
Right.
you put it out there to all these different grow rooms, different styles, and you see those expressions.
Absolutely.
That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely see a difference, right?
Yeah, without a doubt.
From grower to grower. We're seeing it right now with a couple of strains that are in testing. I'm sorry, you need the lighter. That are in testing right now. And we're seeing it look different, from that one, from the other one, and from the ones that we originally did. So yeah. Totally.
That's cool, man. That's kind of an inside scoop where you can. I bet if you started keeping an eye on certain ways, if you understand how everybody was growing, you might see certain things display in certain styles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Dig it. How far out do your testers or do your seeds get? I mean, are a lot of them been locally, or is it quite around the? It's probably around the country and all that now. I mean, or before obviously, but.
Our first tester group had one tester from Germany. We were pretty proud of that.
Yeah. Actually, some of you weed nerds would probably remember him too. And then one in the UK, right? Or a couple in the UK.
Yeah, and we had a couple in the UK. We've got a couple testers up in Canada.
A couple here.
Yeah.
But mainly the ones
we've
here.
sold a pack to Australia.
Yeah, we have sold a pack to Australia. I got a guy asking now from somewhere else too.
Guadalupe
or somewhere.
Like, oh yeah, dude.
What are the laws like there? I don't even know am I going to go to jail for sending you a pack of seeds?
You have to wrap it up in socks or some shit.
Right. Right.
No, that's cool, man. I don't know. It's got to be.
Sell a lot to
as far
Michigan.
As sales, yeah. Like lately, we don't sell so much in state, and we have them in the shop and stuff. We sell a pack here and a pack there, but I do better business online. and for some reason lately, Michigan has been
Like
like,
the whole,
we're
like
gonna overgrow Michigan. I'm
that
telling you.
whole section, like Michigan, Missouri, Illinois, like out in that
yeah,
area.
That's
Oklahoma.
the people in chat. That's who you're talking about.
Right?
Okay, so it's all you people.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Right.
We appreciate the love.
I know, man. That's cool. That is cool to see it and hear. Because you guys got some unique stuff. I was really intrigued with that berry one. I like that kind of stuff where it's like an heirloom and chilling in that area.
Yeah. I'm damn proud of that. And I'm proud of our morbid too. That's from an oddball Hawaiian dream. A lot of people, you talk about Hawaiian dream and it's kind of it's a CBD leaning strain, but this one's completely different. It's got the same name, but it's a completely different cross, and it's a Hawaiian cross from an old heirloom that's been around Hawaii for a long time, 40 years, I'm told. So we did a cross with that one, and man, even the F1s were just so right. I mean, they all come out the
They're
same.
absolutely gorgeous.
Maybe the smells were a little different, so there was a little bit of phenotypic difference, but no huge phenotypic difference whatsoever. They were very similar. So we released those as the F1s, which I don't always do, but I was really happy with how they came out. So we released them, and then we continued a back cross with that Hawaiian Dream, with a strain that we're going to be finishing up now in the next another month or so. It's going out to testers. So,
That's
that's another oddball one with an odd cut that we're very happy with. It's got some nice tropical fruity kind of terps to it too. It's got some really good flavor.
Oh, I love it. It's like pineapples and mangoes.
I think that's the way it is too. Like, who was that? Boom said that earlier, maybe about it being like you had the musk, you had the, you know what I mean? There's like 3 different options for weed, and it's like, and then you'd read High Times, and it'd be like this, strawberry, super dazzle cough, whatever. Like,
Right.
You know what I mean? It'd be just like, you'd make it drool, like just the description of the name. You'd be like, what? Like,
Right.
so now I get the chance to buy all these, bubble gum, berry punch, pineapple, delight, and whatever.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? All the strains now is freaking nuts.
Yep. The fuck is a cookies?
Right?
What the fuck is the
What's
cookies?
with all the food? Yeah.
I love that.
Oh, that was
too.
great.
Awesome.
What the fuck is the cookies?
Oh, I was dying too, man. That's like one of them quotes. Keep that.
I have to say, in all the things I've smoked called cookies and cake this and, pie that, none of them taste like cookies or cake or pie. And that bothers me a little bit.
Yeah, I've learned that over the time, man. It's like one of them things where if something's a legend and you had it and it wasn't that good, I just kind of assume that it's still a legend for a reason. So maybe it probably wasn't. I don't know if it was that great of a run of it or whatever. But some of them ones some of those strains
Right. That's absolutely true. That
are an absolute diva pain in the butt to grow. You know what I'm saying? So like it takes a top 5% grower to even be able to get her full
Oh,
I think you're breaking up, man. Sorry.
Right.
New phone.
Oh, there. I think we got it.
We got it now.
There we go.
Yeah.
Be very quiet.
You gotta move just a little bit to get internet.
Yeah, something happened because it went off on the TV too. It went connection error, and I went, "Oh shit, we might lose them."
It's pretty windy outside right now, so
yeah.
That's what happens to me when I'm working and there's a live show on. It's like it'll come in for like a minute and a half, and then it'll be off for like a minute and a half, and then it'll come in for like a minute. You know what I mean? So it's not like so I can slowly make it through this show, have an idea what was talked about, but I totally can't do chat or none of like. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, so I guess we missed that last the question or response there. I think we missed
Yeah.
the last part of that because it was breaking up.
Yeah, we missed like the last thing you said there.
Oh shit!
Right.
Ask
I'm
us
supposed to remember that a minute ago.
ourselves.
No, I think
That's the question.
I don't know, man. That's some stoner moments right there. I just
Right.
it's a great at the tip of my tongue too. Somebody in chat's gonna say it here in a minute.
I heard like strain. That's
Either
about all.
that,
I
or they're
just
gonna,
was
either
strain.
that or they're gonna laugh at us the whole time and be like, "Ha, we know you don't." It's funny shit.
Our conversation and the only people who know what's going on are the ones watching it happen.
Right.
That's an interesting conundrum.
What the hell's going on?
No, I definitely think there's something to terroir. I just I think there is too, even to the inputs that you're putting in. I mean, there's like just my personal noticing of different things. Like that's kind of why I migrate away from like bat guanos, or I don't use bird guano. You know what I mean? But I'll use like worm castings, or I don't know. I got
Oh,
some
totally.
a pack of poo and different stuff like that. So there's, I mean, it's not easy to try to supplement away from some of them inputs. That's what I'm kind of getting at too. It's like it takes a lot of thought into some of that stuff, but it's I don't know, another squirrel moment. That's what I get for teasing Ego about that the other day. Like squirrel. Dude, you could be talking and you look down at, and you know what I mean, at chat or whatever, see your red name, and then like I don't know, it's like you're totally on to the next thing. Like train derailed, gone.
Derailed, exactly. I've said that many times myself.
When you walk into the room, like you go to get something or whatever, and you walk in the room, you're all like, "What the fuck did I come in here for?" Like,
Right.
totally just lose it. Got to walk back to where you were and be like, "Oh yeah, that's what I needed."
For me, it's the stairs. I always say the goddamn stairs because if I'm upstairs and I go downstairs for something, and by the time I get down there, I forget. So I blame it on the stairs.
There's something to that though psychologically, because we're kind of, it's like we're wired to notice things in the environment, and when you change environments, your brain automatically kind of does an analysis of that room, which throws off whatever you had in train of thought in your brain.
The science behind it.
Kind of
That's
a
awesome.
natural thing.
Genius.
That's
It's
awesome.
me blowing fucking smoke right now too, so it sounded good though. Didn't it?
But the terroir you were talking about, yeah, I agree 100%. The different inputs that you put in, because that's the same as in the natural world, you're going to have certain inputs in the soil that are unique to that area. You're going to have certain atmospheric pressure. You're going to have certain, you're at a certain elevation. All these factors,
Certain amount of sunlight.
play into your terroir. So yeah, absolutely 100% agree that, every individual and the inputs that they're using, that's the same idea.
I guess it comes down to whether it's repeatable and noticeable. It's a noticeable difference, and it's repeatable across many strains. Pretty interesting. That would have to be something to do with a specific like biology or altitude or
Isn't that what Frankie is studying right now
Probably.
for his book? He's like writing a book about how
about
terroir affects the different regions for hash making and stuff. And so I'm sure in that there's going to be some consistent differences based on locations.
Right.
That'll be
That's
badass.
interesting to read.
That'll be a good read. I can't wait. Can't
Long
wait
as
to
they-
just the book he's
long as they
working.
put it
That
on
dude's the
Audible
genius.
and don't have him read it himself, because God, it takes a minute to get used to that accent. Like you can get used to it after a minute, and it doesn't, it doesn't phase you. But you start listening to him at first, and you're like, "Holy cow, that's a thick accent."
We had a conversation with him at the Freedom Rally 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was, you really had to concentrate and watch his face and watch his mouth to try to, because if you weren't 100% concentrating, you weren't going to translate everything he said.
Yeah.
Some stuff was still going to get lost, but if you heard everything together, you could piece it together enough to figure out what he meant. But he'll share a wealth of knowledge with you if you're willing to listen and try to figure it out.
Yeah, he was really cool about taking time, Like
we must have spent like 15 minutes
if you
just
stop
talking
to talk
with him
to
about
him, he was
everything.
gonna give you his full attention. He's a really cool guy to meet. Really cool. Got a ton of respect for Frenchie.
Absolutely.
I've heard that from everybody that's met him too.
Yeah,
I think that's shown even in the time he spends teaching people to do the art, and the craft.
Right.
It's just, to me, that's what shows it, is like the people that care to spread it and grow it and
Absolutely.
teach people about it, build the love for it, that part of the craft or whatever.
Yep.
Yep.
Like
Jack saying he just flipped a flower. I did too, buddy. Just did the other day. My competition beans, man. So I've been trying to, I don't know if any of them are watching. If they are, it's going to be funny anyway. I've been trying to work the judges a little bit. We got this competition bean, a little competition thing going. So we all got the same feminized seeds. And there's a lot of talk about two distinct phenols going on. One's real dank, one's real, and dank meaning like that kind of earthy, musty kind of this. I don't know how to describe it other than it's the fucking dank smell. I don't know. It's,
right.
And it's the other one's got a real fruity, like strawberry one. So I've been kind of like, man, that's a tough choice, because like that's a real opinion thing, right? Like, what if one of the judges fucking loves strawberries? You know what I mean? That's his favorite sweet. You're not gonna
Right.
if you show up with the dank one. You know what I mean? Like, what if the judges all love that dank, or that's the flavor they're after? You know what I mean? So I've been trying to pick their brains as to what's what. It's kind of a mix right now.
Right, and that's true. I mean, everybody has their different tastes, and there are certain flavors that I don't enjoy, but other flavors that I love. So
Exactly. Everybody's like that. I think those should be categories all of their own. Fruit flavored, gas flavored, cheese flavored.
right.
It
Because
is true.
it's comparing apples and oranges, really.
You could be really.
It really does.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, shit. Yeah, bacon and pine. That's funny.
Right?
I've never had a real sour apple one. Never really had a strong banana one either. Those kind of intrigue me hearing people talk about some of that stuff.
I'd kill to find a banana flavor.
Yeah.
We had a lemon flavor so sour that drawing off the bowl would make you pucker. It was a pheno of our Mendo dope.
Oh, the lemdo. We
Yeah,
called it
lemdo because it was
'cause
so
it was like
friggin' lemon.
lemon flavored Mendo dope. For the first ones from Sub that he originally bred for the Mendo Dope boys, the pre-fire stuff when he was still in California. So we got in on some of those first testers that went out, and it was from that.
It was like when you exhaled, it was like you had been sucking on a lemon head. Like you're all lemon. That was all you could taste. It was quite incredible, actually. I thought it was delicious.
It was tasty. That went on the road trip with us.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
went to Cali and back with us.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. I suppose so. You know, it's like one of them things you gotta have in the necessities line. You know?
Yeah,
If
we
you
took
want to get-
it was a jewelry organization box, right?
Yeah.
We bought one of those jewelry organization boxes with the adjustable like slots, and pulled some of the slots out and filled it all with our different strains and labeled it and sealed it, and then so we had like 10 different strains
okay.
with us.
So yeah, let me explain that. Here's my thinking on that. Okay. You get different strains in different jars or different baggies, right? And you get pulled over. Is that not, at least back in the day when it was baggies, it was, intent to distribute. It was fucking dealing. You got hit hard for that shit. So my idea was keep it together, but still I got to keep it separated because we can't have this crossing with that and we don't know what the fuck's going on. So we got to have it labeled and separated, but still kind of all together as one. You kind of see where my thinking was, maybe. Or was
it's
I
all
crazy?
one amount. It's just different flavors. It's different effects. It's
all
not
just
separated
ours.
for
We're not
sale
selling
purpose.
it. Right. Yeah, that would have been bad. That would have gone down real fucking bad if we got pulled over in the wrong state.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You gotta go through red states. You know what I mean? Like even for like hemp and some of that shit where they need to transplant or transport, they gotta go through a red state. You know, to go legal state to legal state or whatever.
Yeah.
So where was maybe you had said this one too, but where was where'd you guys think the best weed was on your trip? Or didn't you do a lot of sampling from different states and different areas?
We smoked our own in every state.
Yeah. We smoked in every state, but we smoked our own in every state.
The only time we
Dude,
smoked with other people,
right,
was when we met Fada.
We smoked with Fada and Ruby in Arizona.
And we smoked a shit ton of fucking Pedro's dabs. Holy shit.
And with Pedro and Dizzy in Colorado.
So yeah,
just
that
one
was
dab
cool.
after another. Here, try this. Here, try this one. Here, try this one.
It's so cool, man.
That was it, right?
So how did you know Pedro before that?
That was it.
We didn't.
We followed them, and talked with them in chat and whatever on YouTube. I had been following, the Weed Nerd show for several years. So I remember when Pedro came in to that scene and when Fada Mike came into that scene, kind of before and after, because I was following Sub for a while. So, we kind of saw them come into the scene, and I don't know, we just
we started following them on Instagram, and then
for years now, right?
Right, yeah, it's been years now. It's been several years now.
And then I drew a picture of
the
our trip.
Yeah.
And I put like a bunch of the Weed Nerds logos on. I did a car going down like a long windy road with a bunch of street signs, and the street signs all represented the places we were going to stop on the road trip.
Yeah.
And so I did like Fodder and Ruby's logo and Pedro and Dizzy's logo and Subcool's logo and Soil King and Mendo Dopes, all on this thing. And I tagged them all, and we put it on Instagram and said, hey, we're doing this trip. We're calling it the Honeymoon High Road Trip. And we're going to California and back. And we would love to stop and smoke with anyone who's willing to let us stop and meet you.
Yeah.
And Pedro and Dizzy were like, dude, let us know when you hit Colorado. Come on over.
Give us a couple days heads up so we know what's going on. And that was it. He was really cool.
Fodder and Ruby were like, we have to meet you. You guys have to stop by. And then we stopped by chance at the Soil King's Garden Center and wound up meeting him eventually in that too. And almost met Sub.
Almost, yeah. We just missed Sub by a couple of days. Come to find out, he and my daughter lived in the same town. My daughter still lives in that same town, outside of Phoenix. But yeah, my daughter lives in the same freaking town, so we had been there,
And
but
it's,
we had left and kind of were making our way back into Arizona to meet up with Father and Ruby is kind of how it worked out. And then we were going to go do the Grand Canyon up in the north part of the state. And then we headed over to the Four Corners and up into Colorado that way. So yeah.
so that was kind of a bummer, but so yeah, those are the only people we smoked with was Pedro and Dizzy and Father and Ruby. As far as tasting anybody else's,
Well, that's not a bad list right there, but I did try some in Colorado. We made a trip. Oh, you're breaking up again. Oh shit.
yeah, I think so.
You got to stand on one foot and hold it. Right. Does it remind you of the old bunny ears, like back in the day of the bunny ears, like on the TV? I'm the youngest in my family, so I was the remote control and the one who had to fix the bunny ears every time. Get it?
There we go. Now we're back to. I see there's little bars down here in the corner that turn red, yellow, and white, and apparently that is our signal strength. And we are
look at
back
you.
to
Okay.
white.
Okay, cool. Good for you noticing that.
I'm noticing I need a light too.
Oh.
That's funny. I love it. Yeah, they were talking about competitions in chat. I guess I brought that up. Have you guys ever entered or done any kind of a?
No.
Hope
No.
to someday.
Yeah, someday maybe.
Someday. I'd
Yeah,
love
we'll
to see someone
about it.
some in a cup.
Yeah.
We've got a couple strains that I think would have potential. Love to see it someday.
Yeah, no, and that's what I like about getting out and around and trying different people's stuff, buying different stuff. I try to buy different stuff if I'm going. I just ask what's at the top shelf. I just want to see what they, what if that place is considered the best of the best. You know what I mean? And I like kind of getting a read on what's out there. And sometimes I've had my mind blown. You know what I mean? And it totally opens up your like, holy shit, this is capable of doing this. Like it keeps you humble, if anything.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because I have a buddy that'll come over with weed that's better than mine, hands down, every time. I don't even have to argue. You know what I mean? But it's like, but I'll have other people say that about mine, but I'm like, every time I know in the back of my head, he's always had his nose better than mine. Like, but it keeps you chasing that carrot, right? Like,
that's what I was gonna say. That's good. There's a little bit of healthy competition there. So yeah, that's
for me to go better,
Do you get out to dispensaries and buy, or is it like other growers that you're seeing to find decent quality?
Both actually, but
Really?
dispensaries you gotta get the right places and there's the right lines out there. So like everybody's out to say, oh, the dispensary weed sucks, right? Like I get that, but there are people out there doing it at a high level and doing it really high quality. And I've personally smoked them. I've found them, I've seen them. They're absolutely gorgeous. They're on point with flavor. They're very clean. I'm sure. I haven't had the chance, but I'm sure like Mitten Canico, Spartan Grown, and them guys. Shout out to them. But I'm sure their weed is absolutely phenomenal because I know the passion they have for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we've talked about that, I think before on the Frugal Force was like, or Spartan was the one saying that is like, I don't really care as much about what the strain or genetics was. I care about who grew it and how. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot to be said about that.
Right, absolutely.
Or where it was capped, or how long it was capped, and how you know what I mean. It's like some of that dispensary stuff like just sits there. It's probably not going to be as perfect, but I don't know. I found some really killer stuff out there, though. Yeah, definitely.
Nice. We don't have as much selection here. We're still trying to get it off the ground. We haven't really opened up much for recreational. We were wide open for medical since I think it was 2009. We voted it in here. but the recreation has taken a long time because the governor trying to work things out and whatever and get shops opened up. It took a long time for shops to even start opening, right?
Yeah.
Like a couple of years, literally. They kind of hemmed and hawed about how they're going to do it. And
We had a dickhead governor that dragged every time he could. He dragged his feet. Yeah.
yeah.
We have the grass.
So now when we got the new governor, it's still trying to get these things figured out and get it worked into place.
Our governor's name is Gretchen, and everybody's calling her the Gretch now because she's got
I heard something about that, I think, on chat the other night.
it's pretty
Yeah.
fun.
Our previous governor made national news on more than one occasion, and I think he even
Saying
made
stupid stuff, just dumb things.
he made shit like the Colbert Report and the Daily Show and stuff for
Yeah,
his
they joked on him
absolute stupidity.
Yeah.
For telling everybody to go out and get a gun and shoot their local heroin dealer. Like,
Stupid
our
comments
governor said
like that. It
that.
was actually well, yeah. Let's not get.
But did it work?
It didn't work.
I mean, you can't really knock it if it didn't work. I don't know. Never mind. That is, man. It's crazy. Like some of the shit, I crack up about it. I avoid it all like the TV and politics and commercials and propaganda, and it's like I don't know. Some of it'll get your head spinning, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
So I guess
not though. That's all. It's designed to do is capture attention in some form or fashion, and I don't know.
right. The media circus.
Yes, they can collect your data and sell it and study and put the right fucking commercial in front of you or whatever.
Right.
Make sure you get the right gadget.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So that made it take forever for medical to even get off the ground here.
For recreational.
Recreational for shops and everything.
Oh, so they're open now. And it's kind of hit and miss. You can find, the place up the street here. I go in and maybe find a couple that smell pretty good in the jar. So it's like, okay, I'll try those. But then you smell some others, and like you said, it's kind of hard to tell how long it's been sitting there and whatever. Just kind of smells like hay sometimes, and it's like, yeah, no, that's not. But we'll find a couple things here and there sometimes. Oh, that smells good. Let's try that. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys said you were working on, you wanted to get more indoor growers. Is that like people that are growing, small personal in the basement, or is that more like bigger scale operation type stuff?
I mean, yeah, we'll take, hey, listen, customers, we'll take, either way, either or. But I think a lot of the people that are doing small, are kind of, they end up going outdoor. Am I wrong? I mean, if they're only doing their 6 plants, their 6 medical or whatever, then they're putting it outdoor to try and get, I think their idea is that they're going to get the most yield out of an outdoor crop, of course, and just doing it once and getting it over with, right?
Right.
So a lot of them do that. I'm afraid we don't have as many small, and maybe I'm wrong, but it's like tent growers, 6 plants in a tent, kind of small growers doing it indoor here so much. And I may be wrong. I don't talk to a shit ton of people, so
yeah, we're kind of introverted.
Yeah.
I'm just talking and thinking out loud. I don't know.
So
I'm trying to think of a way you could get more indoor people. You know what I mean? Like help you figure out how to do it.
Yeah, totally.
We've talked about having some classes, maybe holding some classes and teaching some, indoor growing 101 type stuff, and maybe teaching about nutrients and soil and
I was wondering, I mean, you mix your soil, what about, or wouldn't you want to necessarily do that for somebody else, or bring in a soil mix, like something that, you know what I mean, like a start to finish water on the soil, or
Right,
like the
which
big roots.
yeah,
and
we've
that
got
kind
the
of
big
thing.
roots.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
big roots is water only start to finish.
And then we got the Costa Maine's got the
Stonington,
Stonington
blend.
blend, which is a ready to go mix, and the Pit Moss one, the Canna blend from Pit Moss is coming.
That'll be a start to finish too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it is just kind of classes and getting the more education out about that style or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, and the way I look at it too, I mean, we're in rural Maine, which is really we're kind of behind the times by a couple of years to most everything. So it takes a little bit longer for these things to. I see like it going crazy in the Midwest. You got little tents everywhere. You know, everybody's got a little tent going. They got a little grow going. It's freaking awesome to see.
We're slow.
We'll catch up maybe
Well,
eventually here.
No, that was kind of my initial thought in the back of my head asking the question was like we were kind of doing that around here was where like you have like a tent package and it's like all set up. Here you go. Here's your way to grow. You know what I mean? And it's like an easy install for most people, and it would be an easy thing to teach them. You know what I mean? A good soil, just how to water it basically. You know what I mean? It's kind of
Right. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then they're it's like training wheels a little bit, and then they're off to running, and they can at least you give them something that they're gonna at least get a good harvest from. You know what I mean? Most of the people that were doing it, we're gonna do it personally here in Michigan, because you could do 12 though. That's a big difference. Like I can see that outdoor. But, so that's kind of what I was thinking is like try to attract them that way with an easy setup. Here you go, and I don't know.
Right, exactly. And that was absolutely our idea behind that, doing the classes and all. Just to, we had this happen now and
Yeah,
kind of slowed
can't be
things
having
down.
classes now,
But hopefully someday.
Yeah,
soon.
no, I understand. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
think it's the biggest draw ultimately for like a beginner is like to have a recipe. You know what I mean? Like there's a draw to like all the nutrients to like have that schedule and that recipe. There's a lot of mystery to being in a organic, like you know what I mean. There's a lot. What you just add water? Where do they get everything? And it's kind of
Right.
we've had a few customers come in looking for specific amendments for their soil because they were following their friend's recipe because it worked for their friend. So now they needed to try it, because they didn't know what they were doing. So they just copied their friend's recipe. And, and you try to tell them, well, this is a better alternative to that. And, oh, no, that's not what's in the recipe. They don't want it if it's not exactly what's in the recipe.
yeah, and that gets hard when it's just like a certain brand label, this and that, and the recipe.
Exactly.
Right. And well, and we kind of put ourselves in that box too, because, we came out of the gate and said, you know what, we're not going to support Hawthorne. We're not going to support Scott's. It's, certain big ag out there, we decided we're just not going to fucking support them, and they're not going to get our money. We're going to deal with smaller companies. So, trying to find those companies that are kind of out of the way a little bit. They don't have a lot of exposure yet. But, if it's good quality product, they will get out there eventually. I think I kind of went off track there a little bit, but derailed.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I was reading on chat, man. So shout out to chat. They're banging it out still. Pretty funny. It's hard to keep up.
No, that was me too. I totally did.
They're having quite the conversation there too. I keep trying to keep up with that.
Frenchie Hash and Pedro and
yeah, shout out Buzzville USA. Yeah, you're right, man. Run any nutrient you got, bro. Any light. I'm down with it, man. I just like talking about it. It's cool shit, and I think it's one of them things, man. You grow however you can get it done. So we were talking about cheap lights earlier too, and it's like, well, if that's all you got, then you got to do it that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. People have done it worse ways. I can tell you that.
Right.
Oh man, it's funny. Yeah, I don't know. Got some exciting cuts coming up. Should be pretty fun year. The seed cracking year. I did a test run on my seed cracker actually. So I did one. I didn't like a bag seed thing. I wasn't really caring about. I kind of throw them in little containers and mark them and stuff like that. So I don't know. You never know what's gonna happen. So yeah. Anyways, I cracked one and threw it in just as a test run because I don't want to waste one of the old seeds. See what happens. See if it works for a good young seed, and then we'll try it with an older one. So, how do you guys have like access as breeders to like the breeder cuts of all the different stuff? So, like, if you wanted to, could you like get certain things from other breeders out west or whatever? Is that kind of like a breeder circle thing or whatever?
No, we don't know that. No, not really. Right?
Yeah, I mean, we're not at that. I mean, I'm sure
Right.
there is a circle out there that exists at that like dark horse genetics level. Yeah,
Whatever
we're
level
not
that is.
there yet.
No, I'm just curious. I don't know. I get it. It's probably who you know, who you meet, what you got, contacts, network, all that. It just seems like certain people have like certain cuts go to like so many different breeders. It's kind of like, what the fuck is there like a network for these where you could just be like, hey, I want the breeder cut of this. You know what I mean? It's funny.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, no, a lot of it sometimes is just chance. I don't honestly do a lot as far as cuts and clones and stuff just because, I don't want to bring problems in and have to worry about quarantine and all that.
And we enjoy the hunt,
So I
picking
like
what
spot
we
seeds.
think is best, not what somebody else thought was best.
I dig it. I get that too. I've been running a few cuts from other people's rooms. So like in my living soil, like they're coming from one of them's a deep water culture system. So like the plant, I totally watched it have to relearn how to like feed and like it took it a minute, man. It was kind of weird. It's like a re-veg or something. It was weird. She did not like it at first. It's funny.
That's crazy.
It is, isn't it? You think it'd be like whatever, but yeah, it's like no, it takes them a minute.
Right.
The best
That makes
description
sense
I've
though.
heard is they're spoiled little, like they're spoiled divas in the hydro system. They just get everything, you know what I mean? Everything's just there and can be taken up. They don't have to work really for it.
Right.
Else in the soil, they're like, what? I got to do this? There's a different process for it all. I geek out on some of that. That's the fun of it, though, man. Like, just, I don't know, all the stem split and then crazy shit people do. It's like the plant still produces and throws, you know what I mean? Throws out crazy different reactions. It's like a puzzle, like a Rubik's Cube.
Right. Absolutely. It's a weed. It just wants to grow.
Right? That's funny, man.
Hey, gang, you want to get high?
Okay, hi.
Get high with the nerd. Get your pipes, your bowls, your bongs, your blunts, your steamrollers, your gravity bongs, your vaporizers. What else?
Time to get high with the weed nerd.
Hell yeah, man. Nobody can do it like him, man. He had that
I
shit.
know, right? Nobody like him, period.
Right. I wasn't trying to imitate. I was just in honor of.
That was awesome.
How you guys doing tonight?
Did you get those seeds yet, brother?
I was hoping to get them today, and they did not come.
Freaking mail. It's been like a week. I sent out 6 packages that day. 3 out of 6 have arrived. I still have 3 like in fucking nowhere, wherever they are. I got 1 coming back. As a matter of fact, there's 1 that's on its way back. It said return to sender. And then yours and another dude's
Says in
ELP might be in
transit to
chat.
the next facility.
I know you're
I
still
think it
waiting
once it gets to a certain point, they throw it on horseback, and then it comes here to the woods. I think you have to have enough packages to make it worth the horseback. So
Well, you're not alone, though, is my point. We had a couple others that week from last week that didn't get there yet. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I have a cell phone case that took 6 days to leave California.
We still don't know where it is. Yeah, Jack got his. Boom. They got to California, no problem. Zoom. Gone. They had fucking wings. But others are still no idea. They're like that box you see on Instagram, and the box is on the conveyor belt, and the box just keeps rolling backwards.
So it's not going
It's
anywhere.
not going anywhere.
I think you nailed it though. I think it's because, like you said, California. How many fucking packages are headed that way?
Good
Right.
point. Yeah. That's a good point.
Or my way, anyway. There's
Yeah,
probably
right.
vice versa.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
And it is been a long day. I don't know. I've been trying to like not wanting to get on because I didn't want to like bring down the tone of the show. And by the way, thank you very much, Smiley. You've done an excellent job holding it down today. I appreciate it a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's been a terrible day overall. And these past episodes, I don't know if you guys want to go here or whatever, but I talk about the random acts of kindness all the time, and there's a lot of reasons for that. And I've always said that, you know, sooner or later, we'll dip into that, you know. But life has a way of throwing curves at you that you don't see coming.
Yeah.
The other night, for the people that watch the show, you know, every night, kind of got a piece of a little other piece of my life. My real parents passing on. My mom, and I met my biological father at 28 and lost him, you know, after meeting him and getting a show with him. But the man I lost today was the man that raised me, and the man that I owe everything to. I've talked about a little bit with my mom, her dependency on pharmaceutical drugs, and she kind of disappeared in my life there for quite a while, and there was a lot of hesitation at one point because of that. But in hindsight, it was for the best. But when I was 6 and my brother was 4, she dropped us off on his porch, which is my little brother's real dad. And just a man, when I met him and he tells me the story, fell in love with a little kid that he couldn't walk away from, and ultimately led to my little brother. So everything I own, everything I my character, my worth ethics I owe to a man that really didn't have to do shit for me. So when I talk about random acts of kindness, that's one reason why. And we lost a great man today. So I loved him a lot. And I didn't want to do this, but, you know, I owe it to him, I guess, to, you know, get these words out and not hold them in. I also spoke the other night of bullshit grudges, how they can haunt you. And I hate to report that I'm fucking 3 for 3. All three of my parents. I've let some bullshit ego or something bullshit grudge, 2 of them. I spoke of the other night. And one of them you'll hear right now, which was some bullshit because my stepmom over canvas, really. And because of her, I don't know, me and him had a little bit of an ounce lately, a few weeks ago. And the words neither one of us can take back. So I have to take bullshit grudges and attitudes 3 for 3. And it's a tough pill to swallow. I can't keep doing it. You know, when I say do something nice for somebody, it's you know, to help point you guys in the right direction, but it's also a daily reminder to myself to do the right thing. And you know, I can't thank everybody enough for that show up at night after night. That you know, they show love and everything else that are here tonight. It means so much, and it has helped immensely. I'm sorry to get on the air and dump this out, but I did want to just get on and smoke one with you, but I couldn't hold it back. So I'm sorry, but I smoked one in honor of a great man, and he'd want it that way. He smoked until the fucking day he died, and he loved this plant, and he'd want us smoking in his honor. So,
I'll be sorry, Eagle. Definitely, man. Everybody here would want to be smoking with you if we could, anyway. So that's what
it's just life throws you shit sometimes, and you know, you make the best of it. So,
Yep.
and I'd like to think that I've done an excellent job at doing that through good guidance early on, and excellent people throughout my journey. You know, I'm not gonna bullshit anybody and say I haven't hit hard times or whatever, but I have honestly lost everybody I loved. My grandparents, everybody down the line. Today was other than my brother, the last one that I ever will, carry a torch for. And it blows. It's, it is what it is. Tomorrow's a new day. Through good people like yourself, I'll get through. This, you guys coming on today, and it means a lot. I love this so much. I was gonna come on no matter what, even if I had to do it off camera and fucking just do what I had to do. I was gonna be here tonight because I said I was gonna be here because, quite frankly, that's who he fucking raised me to be. And just go ahead and talk.
Got much respect from here for that, man. Absolutely. Doing the show night after night. I was surprised to see you tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
Much respect, man.
Well, like I said, like Smiley has helped out on many other nights. The show must go on, and he was very gracious enough to offer his help tonight to keep it rolling because he knows how much it means to me. He really does. He can see that, and like I said, if he wouldn't offered, I would have done it. I would have probably been a whining bitch all night long, but I would have fucking I would have did it. It means a lot to me at the moment. My passion project, if you will. And,
Yeah, man, you got 40 some people in chat. Oh, everybody here. Do you believe? You know what I mean? That's one thing I think it does come down to. We all believe what you believe, man, and it's I think that's what made it popular. So, and that's good times and bad. Appreciate sharing too.
this is why I tried not to duck in tonight. I'm totally killed the mood of this fucking shit.
No, man, you needed to say.
And everybody's in this mood for you anyway. We know you're hurting, so it's like whatever. It's a good time for it. So
Nobody is gonna complain about your mood at all. It's just not gonna happen. We're all just
Yes.
happy to even see you tonight at all.
Well, no, I look like crap. I look like crap. No, I look bad. Don't make me that. Stop. I look bad.
Come here.
Stop. I look bad.
Just give me a hug.
Oh
who
my
cares?
goodness. You're making me cry.
We gotta impress.
Damn it.
Oh, I need me. Chat.
Man, there's a lot of people in the chat.
Appreciate you guys for being here. I really do. It helps.
It ain't just us, man. There's I don't know if you're even trying to read, but there's a lot of people in chat throwing love to you, brother. You'll have to go back through and
Absolutely.
It's been
totally full of
crazy
love.
for the last 5 minutes. It's been going nuts. Been watching it just go boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you got a lot of love out there, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people care about you.
I know it. I know. They show it day after day after day. And, that's why I do it. Really, that's why I do it. Oh, I can't believe I fucking come on here. Oh my god. At some point, I'm gonna fucking regret this. Uh,
No, no, you won't.
So cheers, man. We got a bowl packed here.
No doubt, dude.
it's an amazing thing we've got going here. That's for sure. Great people. That's for sure.
It is amazing, man, how these like how it's just kind of come together. Like it's I don't know. I think you've kind of like been blowing people away with the guests you get. Like it's just I don't know how falling together for it. You know, that's cool.
In a short period of time. Yeah. Just gone crazy in a short period of time, dude. You've had some great guests, a lot of people that I really look up to. So yeah.
I look up to everybody. I think everybody that's I've been on here has been A+ in my book. And it's been nothing. It's been greedily almost my pleasure. You know what I mean? I have been blessed with meeting great people like yourself night after night after night. And if it wasn't for this opportunity and, great people like Father Mike putting Smiley, putting together people and everybody else that helped out in the show, I wouldn't have these experiences. It's very little. I've said this night after night after night. It's very little to do with me. It's great people like yourselves that want to contribute, and it's the great people that tune in. I say I'm just the middleman. I'm just the tool that puts A and B together.
You can say what you want, but I couldn't
They
have done it without you. I
making it
still had
sound.
to bug you. I still had to bug you. I
You
needed
did a
numbers.
you did a great job tonight, and it's not easy to do. And you did great for not doing it at all. You did an excellent job tonight, stepping in and holding it down tonight.
Yeah, and I did kind of. That's tough, man, to try to keep up with chat and talk. And I didn't want to throw off, you know what I mean? I just figured I'd get better content if I was staying engaged because he was dropping a lot of shit really fast. I had to start writing notes. Luckily I had a notepad next to me. I was like, fuck, man. I had so many questions popping up, and then he had like the next thing and the next thing, and it's like you got to kind of keep that shit straight so you can keep a good flow going.
Now you see why I like to go back and 2x some things the next day a lot of times, because it's easy to miss some great quotes or some things that are being said when there's a ton of great things being said. As being host, it is a little. I'm guilty of listening. It's so hard to listen with in one ear, pay attention to that chat, and then try to think of that question that's coming up next to cover that dead spot. So there, I am completely guilty sometimes of missing some great things that are said, but I do a lot of times by again, great advice from Jack Screenstock there, the whole 2x thing. You can listen to a lot of great content at 1.5, 2x, without it being too to the point where you can't understand it. You can, go back and get a lot of the gist of it. You run great, you can get a lot of info half the time. Just and that's what I do with a lot of these shows, man. I 2x them and kind of checked myself and what's being said. The things I missed, because the first time I did it, I went, holy fuck, You know, you think you think you're catching it all until you go back and listen to it again. You go, wow, I didn't think I missed that much. So it's always good to go back for me, anyways. To go back and zoom back through it, make sure I caught it all.
Yeah, I do that a lot of times too. If it's a real good one. Nice. I got them downloaded, so I can play them. I had to download everything because I don't have connection. So if it, yeah, if I'm working and don't have a connection, I can just play it still. That's the reason for Audible a lot of times because I can download that book. And
I've been digging the Audible, by the way. I love that shit.
cranking
I
them right
think
out, or like you cranking right through books, or what?
I'm thinking my collection's like up to 30 now. I've got.
It's
I've,
addicting, man. It's really addicting. You start going, and it's like the next one, the next one, the next one.
I almost think them boats are fucking made to be listened to 2x. You slow them down, and they're like, ah.
Well, the
It's
ones you're
almost
listening
weird.
to right now are, yeah. What was the one guy? Shit, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but they're all from like the 40s and 50s. The one dude's like sounds like a 50s sports announcer or something. The whole time he's reading the book. I can picture him too. It does online stuff. I can't even think of it.
Some of them fuckers, though, 2x's, it almost just fucks with your head when you're can't do it.
Yeah, some of the stuff's hard enough at single time. Normal speed. It is. Yeah, it's hard. Like with an accent or something like that, it's hard.
Okay.
Man, I totally killed the banner of this fucking show tonight.
Oh, that's all right, man. I can totally understand.
Let's talk about some growing, goddammit. Everybody's favorite thing.
Oh shit. I seen. I did a playback. You were messing with your shades over the computer lens to see the plants behind it. They do.
Oh, God. The readers, I seen that. I jerked that fucker right quick, too.
I,
It's like, ah.
I felt bad. I was like, I gotta go to bed, man. I can't jump on. And then like, heck yeah, man. Charles Farm, Jack's on, and like, I don't know. It does happen. It's cool. Then play it back, listen to it. I was like, what the fuck? They went to like 5:30, 5:40 something in the morning. Like,
I think it was actually after 6 when we actually signed off.
oh, my bad. My bad. So, Jack, you obviously have the record. You obviously have the record.
Oh, no. Jack won't take credit for it until he starts from beginning to end.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that's. He's.
Oh,
And Jack's almost scaring me because you know how thorough Jack is. And he's looking forward to his spotlight episode. And if you think about it, Jack, if you go back and listen to number 5, I think he jumped in like 20 minutes in or something like that. I can't remember. So he's got a good claim on that episode. But no. We're going to do his spotlight episode. And I think he's got a lot to talk about. we're going to go the gauntlet.
good. Then he gets to host the next one, Jack. That's cool that it worked out. I said I was excited. That was that's like a verbal thing from one of them books, actually from Audible. I'm not gonna know which one. I'm pretty high, but the thought is that if you start saying like I'm nervous, there's absolutely zero difference between feeling nervous or feeling excited. Physically, it's the same feeling. and it's mentally how you go about saying it. So like if you ask like Olympic athletes who perform, you know what I mean, at the highest level, one shot, like a lot of they just got the one shot. And how do you do it? You know, and are you nervous? And they all will say, no, I'm excited. You know what I mean? And that's just the difference about it is when you're nervous or you say you're nervous, then your brain shifts into that line of thinking, and when you say you're excited, it'll come through in that line of thinking. I don't know. It worked, I guess.
Oh no, it's very true. Mental attitude very much can out determine the outcome of everything. You know, you think
Your
off
words
right
get
off the
tired.
bat it's going to be shitty. It's definitely going to be shitty. In fact, and for you see me a lot in chat, and people a lot of times will ask me why I don't say good morning. I do. Have you ever seen me say good morning in chat? Not really. It's always great morning because of that reason right there. Why am I limiting myself to a good morning when I can already try to put it in my head and possibly your head that it's a great morning? Is boy, really the mentality behind that great morning that I give you every day. Try to.
Yeah, hard. Some are harder to say than other ones. Yeah, but no, man. I don't know. I was. We were trying to talk about growing. I was kind of kicking around some stuff, and I'm thinking soil. I think everybody is kind of spring soil and outdoor or not. I don't know. I'm actually indoor. I mix outdoor. So
So,
yeah.
what'd you think about some of the tips that he was laying down yesterday about, like, say, spreading the baking soda around your area to try to kill some PM? Did you watch last night?
Um.
Calling your bluff, Smiley. Calling your bluff.
No. I remember. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not something I've heard of, and I was just what I was trying to think of is what baking soda is, and that's the best way.
Sodium bicarbonate, right?
Right, and that's the best way to look at it. So you get a bicarbonate, and you're adding sodium to it. So I don't know. I mean, there's other ways to deal with it, I guess, but I don't know. It's not typically something that you'd want to, under my opinion or understanding. I don't know.
Well, what I guess he was saying is, and I kind of digged it. Really, is to treat your outdoor grow more like you're growing a vegetable. You know what I mean? Something you're going to consume, and you want it just as nutritionally dense as you would want uh, your vegetables. You know what I mean? So not to just throw anything at it. So to go at it with a gardening mindset or a farming mindset, and that was one of the ways he had suggested because it was a farming method that you would use in your garden to control PM is like some of the methods he was throwing out there were like gardening methods to try to use around your cannabis plant instead of throwing around pesticides and shit like that. He was
And
saying.
maybe he's talking about spraying it, which that would probably make sense too. More sense than adding it to the soil, I guess, to me.
No, he specifically said like sprinkle it around the area, not necessarily onto the cannabis plant. But if you knew it was in the area, just sprinkle it on the ground. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, and it's not something I disagree with. That's
I
how I'd look at it: is what is it made of, and what's your purpose for it. But yeah, I mean, if it's something he's used and it's worked well, I can't speak against it. Definitely. I've never tried.
Stephanie V in chat says she does it in her garden.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not trying to speak. I was just trying to talk it out, I guess. So I don't know.
I just thought it was an interesting point because it's something I'd never heard, and it's like one of the points of the show is everybody throwing in little points like we've thrown out and said before that we're not necessarily teaching them here, but it sparks an interest and you're willing to look into it a little bit, which everybody should learn a little bit of something every day. Then why not? If you hear about spreading baking soda, and then you go research it a little bit, and then you find out, which I haven't done yet, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You might have learned it's something that you can utilize in your garden that you might not usually use, or you might just look it up and it might be bullshit. Either way, it was
Well,
it
here,
got
shout
you
out.
think it got you thinking, and you learned something either way.
Here, Eagle.
That's the way I kind of think about it.
Eagle, if somebody was listening and considering, they got multiple people that have tried it and it works well. So I mean, honestly, that's the best kind of resource or way to look at anything. Is if hey, I'm not sure about this, somebody said it. I mean, look how many people are talking about it or who has done it, or what I mean. If you kind of figure out what makes sense and don't, what I mean. Like spraying wettable sulfur don't seem to make sense right away, but it definitely works. I can attest to that too. But it was after a lot of people said it and said it and said it, and then I was like, fine, I'll do it, and it worked. Good.
You did make me smile a little bit. I've been listening all night. I've been, like I said, it's very much ingrained in me now. And this thing, it's weird how much it's actually ingrained in me right now. This whole thing, and I heard you the microphone thing. You forgot to microphone yourself after you've given me many shits about leaving myself muted. So thank you for that little smile. I needed that shit.
Yeah, the other one was the squirrel moments too. I had a few of those. Squirrel. I thought that was so funny because I'm kind of known for that anyway. The whole squirrel. Sorry, though. I got a notepad for ideas that I came up with while I was stoned. Does anybody do that? You guys write any ideas down? You get baked and fucking.
Oh hell yeah! I got a whole notebook full of them over here.
Yeah, dude, you gotta write that shit down because if you don't, it's fucking gone within 20 minutes for sure.
Right.
Fucking gone. Or if you walk out of a room sooner than that, it's fucking gone.
Yep.
Funny how that shit works. And then you'll see it later when somebody else did it. You're like, fuck, that was the idea I thought of, dude. Like
Some of my best ideas have come to me in my sleep. Not necessarily ideas, but solutions. You know what I mean? Just like wake up and be like, that was it.
I had that a lot, dude. Your brain never shuts off. That's why. Like your brain doesn't stop. So even subconsciously while you're sleeping, it's a problem solver. So in my case, I was an auto repair technician, and I did diagnostics for the later part of my career, which was like all the weird fucking problems and the car stalls once every fourth time I went up this hill after a stop sign, shit like that. But yeah, dude, like stuff would I'd wake up in the middle of the night after looking at the car for like 2 days, you know what I mean? Can't figure it out. And all of a sudden it just sit up in the middle of the night and write something down. And that's what it fucking was. It's weird.
Well, you can get down weird. You're taking me down a weird rabbit hole again, Smiley. Because you're right. It's kind of weird how your brain works like that. I kind of dials back to that whole frequency type mindset. Because you do it, any scientist can tell you that your brain can be measured from a distance, from the energy. Basically, it's not an energy; it's your brain waves that it puts off. They can be measured. They can actually say they can read your thoughts now from a distance.
I believe I believe the term of what you're talking about is like a biophysics.
But what I'm getting at here is Buddhists say that we live our lives, past, present, and future all at once. And the only way that we could do that is kind of to be on multiple frequencies at once, maybe multiple dimensions. So when things just kind of fall into place, is it we've kind of just changed frequencies. There's some for a second, and we're just kind of recalling something that. And they also say we're simultaneously living that life all at once. So when we fall asleep, you said, like you just said, our brains never shut off. They don't either. So when we fall asleep, is that could it be like we've drifted into like another frequency, maybe that other past, present, or future, and we're recalling or living, that frequency temporarily?
Well, I'll ask you this: are you in control of what you can pay attention to, or what you're interested in, or what you dream about?
Well, and the Buddhists say, ultimately that is meditation, or in a way, consciousness, because they say once you can control your thoughts on that one thing, that is basically meditation, is being able to control your thoughts and breathing to block everything out into a singularity. And just like, again, uh, if not a past, present, and future, is there a different just frequency where knowledge is just sitting there floating around, that akashic record, if you will, that many great people had claimed to access? That's where Gacy, psychic prophets like that, or the Indian mathematician, I forget his name, that's pulled out genius works out of what he called the akashic book. Is that Could that be where ultimately we pull that record from, or that sudden knowledge? Don't you ever question how you just know how to do things? How some of us are just carpenters. There's a lot of things that we do that we can't explain how the fuck we did it. We don't know how we even do it. You know what I mean? Haven't you ever done something for the first time and went, wow, I'm way too fucking good at this. I've never done this before, but I can understand everything that's going on. And, how do you explain that? How do you explain that? If not you being able to tune in at different frequencies and, pull out information that's, from your past, present, or future, or the Akashic record or whatever. There's got to be a different level of frequency or consciousness out there, that. And again, in a weird way, couldn't that be what we're working to with the digital age and singularity? How all these little internet of things are building a huge database of singularity, the AI. Oh God, you guys took me. See what you guys get me smoking, talking rabbit holes and shit.
It's good
I thought you
stuff.
were doing universal consciousness and like AI scares me.
He should.
AI
That's
scares me.
that's all stuff kind of I've pondered myself personally, and different with different psychedelic experiences. Yeah.
You know why singularity or AI scares me so much? And it's already to the people are starting to kind of notice that shit is is this a sim? Are we a sim? Is this a digital age? You know, I never used to think so, and I kind of used to think that shit was all super crazy until you put a little bit of thought into that shit and think about what's going on now. Think about exactly. Go on, buddy. Go on. Go on. Yeah, my dog, buddy. Um, if you think about what's going on with all everything that's going on now, Patriot Act, it kind of started there with data. We're all data nowadays. Are we people or are we data? They're not collecting our pictures and our thoughts and reality. What are they catching? They're collecting. They're putting out data traps for us to be addicted to. Facebook, Instagram, bullshit. Why? They want you to like things. They're counting things and building up algorithms on us. And then it's being uploaded and transferred and into files for what? Our program, us, that knowledge ahead of time, our algorithms. What is it? You know what I mean? Kind of makes you question what it's all about. Are we a people, or are we just, are we just a aimless data that they collect? Because it's not the emotions that they're collecting. They're not collecting our emotions or how we feel. They're collecting our spending habits and what we do and bullshit. In some aspects, our feelings, our likes, but not much. It's our actions. To be what? And not only that, they're not only collecting that data, they've stepped it up a notch and they've put in fucking Alexas. And now your fucking oven has a fucking internet connection. Your fucking stove has a fucking, or your refrigerator has an internet connection. Everything has an internet connections. Why? So it can tell on how you're fucking using that shit. More control. Almost like you'd use a sim game, isn't it? Put in that fucking refrigerator and shit and just, you know what I mean? You see what I'm getting here?
Yeah,
Ultimately, it's all collecting data on us. So is it a dream or whatever? You throw that mentality on there, and then you throw in the fact of manifest destiny and shit like that. The people that, like myself, I'm a firm believer in, if you can fucking picture it in your head, you can fucking do that shit. It's a weird way how it works, but you have to see it in your head as crystal clear as I'm looking at you now. And if you can do that, it will fall into place for you somehow or another, some way. It falls into place. This show, like like I've told my kids and shit like this. 2 months ago, did I think I was gonna do this? Be at night after night after night? No. Said I was gonna do it. Seen it in my head. Put some dedication into it. Here we are, 50 episodes into it. Building every day because it seems to be a good thing that everybody wants to be a part of. I'm very fucking proud of that. But it's only because, again, I seen it in my head and I fucking believed it. And everything I ever have has come from that mentality. The only thing that's holding you back is you. And that's real shit. Fears are the biggest demons that we can have. Fears and worries uh, are our biggest demons. Worries won't do nothing. I hit on that the other night. Worries are gonna. You can worry about me all you want, but is it gonna change how I wake up tomorrow or what I do? Probably not. Will it cause you physical pain and anguish until you know better and do detriment on you? Yeah. So why do it? Why even put it in your head? You know what I mean? And the same thing about fear. Fear's a nasty seed. You know what I mean? That doubt in yourself will only build. So why introduce it? Why not just face it? Fall, whatever, learn from it. That's just life. You know what I mean? You have to tuck and roll. Otherwise, life's going to fucking step on you. You know, learn from your mistakes daily and fucking roll with life. And it ain't going to make you nothing but stronger and wiser. Ultimately, wiser in the end. You know, we all started this thing, crazy journey, a little bit fucking young, dumb, and stupid, but we sure leave this world with lots of regrets and a lot more knowledge that we wish we would have been able to pass on. So, there I go again, just crushing this episode. Oh, yeah.
No, that's good stuff. Those are the two things that, keep you from experiencing life, fear and worry. They work against you having experiences and, enjoying something different or whatever. Yeah.
He ain't ruining enough, man. We're just hanging out.
It's about the fourth or fifth crazy rabbit hole I've went on in 50 episodes. So.
It's all right. At least one person in chat said they love the rabbit holes, so you're good.
I saw that too.
Talking about PVC and growing and doing something else.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I'll try to be funny.
So I got this crazy little dab stick that I'm not so crazy about. It's a little electric jobber. $20. I went for a new nectar collector because I broke the other one. And this is what they talked me into. Oh, it heats up real nice. I should have known you can't bring it back once you load it. But does the trick, but you lose every bit of fucking flavor. But
that sucks.
Right. Bro.
Cheers. Let's fucking do this nectar collector dab. I'm getting it though. It's one of them things you gotta fucking. I guess you gotta live and learn on this shit. Give you a good cloud though. Oh, that's the other thing that I thought was a little funny. Should come with a necklace. She says, oh, whenever possible, stand it straight up. Try to store it. Oh, there's the camera. Try to store it standing up because it'll like leak back down and kind of build up in it. But then it's got this nifty, as you can see, round cap that you can't necessarily stand up. So it works though. You can do some travel dabs with it, which I had planned to do. I just kind of planned to chuck it in the car.
It is nice when you have them little electric pens for doing dabs real quick.
I think this guy was more flavorful though, the one I was using yesterday.
Yeah, you can like wax in the center there, and it's got a
That one was,
liquefied.
yeah, that one was a little more flavorful. So, again, Smiley, I want to apologize because I come on, I obviously just totally sabotaged your fucking killer episode. Just like
It ain't my episode, man.
fucking totally killing it and just fucking
No.
threw some mud. Come right ahead of you and threw some mud right in that shit, man.
Not at all.
No, not at all, man. Not at all.
Guess it's just being nice.
Man. It was like, well, it's like one of the things where, like, I don't know, a friend's hurting and you want to help, and how do you help, right? You know what I mean? Like, That's just nothing that I thought of, and I figured other people would be out there wanting to help too, and that's what the community's for, man. You know what I mean? You help the community, and in return, the community helps you. So that's the way that
You guys
works.
have helped me tonight. You guys most definitely helped me tonight feel a little bit better because I'd probably be just fucking sitting around just fucking staring at the floor, to be quite honest with you. There's not much I can really do. I'll know a little bit more tomorrow. It kind of sucks being way the fuck up here. From what I understand, I might not even be able to see through this process because of the fucking COVID-19. Next time I may see him, he might be already in the fucking ground. There might be nothing I can do about it.
Where is your dad at? Like,
He's in Genesee County. He's in
okay.
Davidson. You
All
know,
right,
he's
I was
2 hours away, but because of the process right now, it's very limited. You know, once it goes over to them, it's very backed up. So, I'll know more tomorrow. That's all I can say.
Yep. No, I understand, man. My dad passed in Massachusetts, so we really had like a 16-hour drive just to find out whatever was going on, you know. So, not fun. But yeah, man. Without, dude, whatever. You know, one of the things is shitty things involved.
So somebody say something fun. So you guys were doing soil today, getting ready for your outdoor. I'm taking it, or was you guys just mixing up some super soil in general?
We don't do outdoors, so we were just mixing up we need to do some transplants in the
Yeah.
veg room. We've got some 9-pound hammer girls that are well beyond in need of getting out of their 1-gallon shoes and into their sevens
Yeah.
and some Sinai land race that
Need to
are
come
in
out of solo
solo
cups and
cups.
go into the 1-gallons. Yeah.
So would you say
So-
your 9 is more FGUI leaning or more Hell's OG style or leaning? Your 9.
We F2'd what I bought. Proof.
Yeah,
It's
you're skipping again, Kidios.
really kind of a mix. It's not, one or the other. We've seen several come up. So
Yeah.
4 times we're seeing a lot.
There you go. Oh no.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
they
Damn it!
dropped. No, that's not what I was wanting. No, there they are. You
There
good?
it is. Okay.
Ah, there they are.
Scared us off for a minute. Yeah, we didn't hear any of that. You were saying it was all glitchy and computerized.
Oh, I see on the screen now. Yeah, we're watching it too. I see on the screen where it's freaking frozen there. So yeah, what I was saying was, where was I? What did I?
What your
Drew, what we have in the veg room is from Seed and their F2s.
Squirrel.
We got a pack from Jinx and we F2'd it. So we have a pretty wide variety of phenos to
Yeah,
pick
that's what I
from
was
going
saying.
on in the bedroom right now. So we kind of have some of both, really.
Okay, I guess what was mom like? What was the original 9 like to start with? What was
Like I said, it was a pack of seeds, so it was a
Yeah,
10
but the
pack.
mom for our F2.
Oh, the mom for our F2. Okay. Yeah, that was Afgooey leaning, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was that fuely, yeah, gassy kind of.
yeah, definitely. I'm trying to think
s-
of the.
she purple out at all? Was she a
I've not
purpler?
seen purple.
Yeah, we haven't seen much
Nope.
purpling yet. I was kind of hoping we'd find one eventually because I've seen
Mine
it. I've
doesn't.
post it.
Mine doesn't either. But I've got a weird pheno. Mine actually smells like a muskmelon kind of pheno. Is what she smells like. And you guys are right around my age, I'm sure. So, do you remember that children's aspirin your mom would give you as a kid? It had that like orange, almost like kind of creamy taste to it, but it was like not the greatest. It was a little tart. Like
I
Yes.
sure do. I sure do. Yeah.
that's
Almost
the
tasted
best.
that now that you mentioned it.
That's kind of the taste. That's kind of the taste of it right there. That's what the nose is on it, and that's the taste profile on it. And that's why I've kept it over the years so long. I've ran it one time, and it just hinted to purple, just barely. But other than that, there are some crazy. When I talked to Jinx about it, he said there's like up to 12 different phenols. Which I was like, and but I have seen a similar cut of mine go purple, but it went like Malik Spider ran it way longer than normal. He took her like 76, 80 days. And like my cut usually goes to right around 52, 55 tops. She's ready to go. I mean, the hairs have already turned orange and she's ready to be pulled. Them nugs are plenty dense. Unless you're trying to get like super greedy. And at that point, it's almost a waste because trichomes are turning amber at that point, super amber. Strain's already narcotic enough. You don't need to take it to the amber effect to.
Right.
Right. 10% is fine.
Yeah, you're losing flavor at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what'd you guys do? Did you just F2 it the one time, or did you guys work off it again?
Just F2'd it the one time, and we're just, working off the F2s right now.
Are you looking to breed with it sometime soon?
We've done a couple little, it's gone into
Yeah, it's popped this run.
a
We've run
strain
it
kind of.
enough that we know what we're looking for pheno wise in what we've seen come up in ours. That we're running it now to cross it with Sugar Black Rose.
It's kind of a back cross, really. We're back crossing it into the 9-pound, using the 9-pound for the mom and picking the male from our. Sorry, not the Sugar Black Rose. I'm sorry, you're talking that one. I was talking the Anslinger.
Yeah. So we're crossing it with a Sugar Black Rose, and we're gonna send that out into testing. And we have our Anslinger's Demise strain that we've been working for what feels like forever now.
Yeah, several years now.
That we're crossing into the 9-pound to strengthen the 9-pound characteristics that are in it, and then that's going to be ready for testing.
I like I've never heard of up until you guys came on the name of the Anslinger's Demise. I like the name, I really do. I don't know how good obviously it must be a good strain if you guys are willing to breed with it or look into it. How is it?
Well, that's our strain.
that's-
That's the
Oh,
strain
that's
we
your strain.
created.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
I'm an
I thought of
idiot.
that. I thought of that. No, it's cool. I thought of the name like 5 years ago, maybe. It's been quite a few years I've been hanging on to it because Harry Anslinger, the whole, 1938, whatever, the whole reason we're fighting, we fought a war for so many years, quote unquote. So yeah, I mean, I came up with a name like 5 years ago and just wanted, my idea was that I wanted it to be like sort of a culmination of my own work. um I wanted it to be something really strong and powerful. And so, yeah, we're getting there. Potency's getting up there now. Using good strains like 9 Pound and Bruce Brand are in it and some things like that. So, yeah, trying to strengthen it up and see how strong we can get it, I guess.
So this will be the first time it goes out to actual testing
Yeah,
from anybody
to
but
actual
us.
testers. That's right. We've
The first, we have a handler. If I think he would like to test that.
okay, cool, cool.
I like the
It's
name. If
man.
anything, I love the name to throw that around. How fucking great is that? That's fucking. I do love the name, and you
Like I said,
assume by something that has like demise in it, like Anslinger's demise. You expect that to be like a fucking punch in the face. You really do. So
yeah,
And that's the goal. If it doesn't punch you in the face, it's going back, it's got to go back in and get reworked because it's not strong enough yet.
yeah, yeah. I actually already, because I like the name so much and want to hang on to it because I'm so proud of it. Um, the strain hasn't even gone out to testers yet, but I've already put it up on seedfinder.eu, just to place card hold the name. Like, dude, I fucking thought of this first. Don't anybody else come up with that shit. So
The
I
name game is hard out
yeah,
there.
I mean, sometimes a strain sells, I think personally, by like like you said, it's a cool name. A lot of people do that. Hey, that's a cool name. That's got to be awesome. So
I am guilty. I am sorry, Kenny O's Genetics. I totally remember that story. I'm just a fucking idiot right now.
No worries,
It,
man. No worries.
it is. Well,
no,
it's
but
a bummer
no, I
because you guys
elaborated
are.
a little more, I think. Sorry, I elaborated a little bit more, I think, this time. So you got more out of it.
Well, I'm glad you did because you guys deserve good credit where that stuff goes. And now it's more. It's more out there, more documented. You know what I mean? You've got
Right?
it on
Thank
Seed
you.
Source there, and now you've got it on 2 fucking episodes of fucking talking shit with Eagles. So
Right.
that's plenty of room right there to go look back, motherfucker.
Exactly.
Right. I got photos from a couple years ago, probably on Instagram too. So good point.
JD says if you test your shit, he can watch it over my shoulder. If I test your shit, he can watch it over my shoulder, girl.
Hell yeah.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, they'd be right there.
Right.
That's where Kenny O's lights will be.
I can't wait for it to finally get there. It's been like a week.
Oh, me too.
Ridiculous.
I've been running down there every day too. I'm
It's
just,
just ridiculous.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Just my mail. I'm telling you, I got same thing. You guys were nice enough to tell me when it was sent, and other people. Every package I've had lately has been fucking way, way, way off. Even when I've sent packages out there, like it's gonna be a minute.
A minute.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the shop. We're still waiting on boxes that have been.
Oh God, we've been waiting on
a month.
shipments for a month. So many customers come in. You got cloning supplies? You got cloning supplies? No, they're sitting on a freaking truck in California somewhere.
Yeah, I unfortunately got that yesterday when I was downstate and stopped at a couple of grow stores, and they were out of shit too. It's that right there kind of made it all worse. That so I was downstate yesterday, and I did think about stopping in and seeing even I did kicking myself about that all day. I should just stop talking.
No, you're
You're
good, man.
fine. Don't do that to yourself.
You're fucking amazing for even being on tonight, dude.
Right. Don't beat yourself up. We never know what's coming. You could not have known.
Oh, that's right. You know, hopefully my daughter, no guilt trips here, but my oldest man, she moved like she's downstate, and I don't get to see her that often, and I've been begging her to come up. I want her to see her so bad. I just hope that she sees that we need to spend more time together. Hope this is more of a wake up for both of us to get on it. Life's so fucking short, man. Just like you said, you don't know what's coming, and fucking goddamn it, it's well, every time that I have to run down there, it's like trying to pack in so much into a day. It's always picking and choosing, and when it comes to her, I never pass her. I might only get 5 minutes with that girl, or unfortunately, there's a lot of times where it may be just her running around with me while I have to work. But it seems like it's been a good way overdue since I've gotten that. Just sit down and enjoy her company. I told her that yesterday. It was the last thing I said to her. Hope some changes could be made real soon. I miss that girl. That was my first. And nothing, no offense to the other two, but she came first, and that girl was they know, they know. That was Dad's girl right there. She's she was a daddy's girl, not daddy's girl. She was a daddy's girl,
Fucking up there, forgetting to look there.
and she went everywhere with me up until she moved. Well, we moved. She put down her little foot and said, "I'm staying down here." My boyfriend. So I had to leave my baby. I had to leave my baby downstate a couple 100 miles while I moved up north, and it sucked. Still sucks. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard.
I know the feeling. My oldest two, when they were teenagers, got taken out to Arizona, and we're up in Maine and just all the way across the country. I know exactly what you're feeling. Um, you know, have your oldest so far away and not have that, yeah.
It's the
But
littlest things too. I'm serious when I say that girl went with me everywhere. She was the first one, the last one I taught how to drive. She went, she grocery shop. I do all the, I grocery shop. I taught. She went every trip with grocery shopping. But if I were to do anything, she was always the one that I'd probably send my place to do anything because she was well trained in economics. My cheap ass thinking she knew exactly what I would get. You know what I'm saying? She's a carbon copy of me. It's sad, that poor girl. If you want to know what I'd look like as a girl, she's a beautiful girl. She is, and I hate to say that about myself, I guess. But she's. But that's a funny little story that made me smile, though. That's how much faith that my girls have always had in me, and that's why I won't teach in the rest of them to drive. Is Brittany, teaching her to drive and how much she believes in everything I do is, you can tell her do this, get over, and instead of look every time to get her to look in the mirror in the, you know, rearview mirror, side mirror. It was just Dad says it's okay. It was scary. There was a lot of times where, same thing, turn here. It wasn't like that first next opening. It was like ditch.
Turn here now.
Yeah. No worries. He says so. I don't know. I loved her. She turned out to be an awesome driver, but I couldn't do it 2 more times. No ways. No ways. I couldn't have. But man, I just selfishly miss having all my girls together. And that was another thing too that has led me down the straight and narrow is those girls. There's nothing I wouldn't do or won't do for those girls. Even Brittany, if she needed me right now, you can bet your ass I'll be there probably taking a ticket or risking a ticket to get there. And I hope everybody puts that into the show. I know they do. They do. They should. But Charlie was on last night talking about how much he loved his girl. Reminded me so much of them days. My girls are all just past that. I believe, if I can remember right, he said his girl was only around 8 or 10, like 10 at best. I told you. He'd sitting there telling me how much that girl meant. I could see that. I could see the same in his eyes there. So Charlie, no matter how much she's your daddy's girl, she's going to go through a phase. And you're going to see it. She's going to be daggers. It's going to be daggers, but no, she's going to come back to be a daddy's girl. She'll love you just as much as she always did. But there's going to be a short time there where you're the biggest jerk ever. And there's nothing you can do about it. So just love her and take it on the chin. She'll come back.
I heard a buddy of mine put it in a different way, and he said they absolutely lose their fucking mind when they turn 13. And every year they slowly get it back until they're about 23, and that's when they're about normal again. And I was just dying, dude, because mine are 17, 18. I'm like, fuck, man.
I found it was 15 for me. I guess they came back early, but as long as they come back, I guess.
There's some truth to that, man. They go fucking crazy.
Aldridge, 25. Courtney is the youngest. My oldest was yesterday, which unfortunately was the same terrible day. It was Brittany's birthday. Probably really dating myself here. She turned 25. Lexus will be 21 here in a couple of weeks, and my youngest, Courtney, will be 17 very soon. So, oh my girls.
And I haven't done good with the shout outs in chat either, man. I don't know if you want to do that or you want me to, but
Before you do that, Smiley, my battery's running really low, so we're probably going to sign off here.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
cool, man.
All right.
Man. You want to
Um,
shout out or do something? You want to say a shout out?
Eagle. Yeah, well, I'm gonna Eagle, dude. Love you, man. Take care. Okay. We offer our deepest condolences. I don't know what else to say.
We're
No.
here for you. If you
Yeah.
need us.
Totally.
You guys proved that tonight. It was like one click, and like 40 seconds later, you guys were here. So
yeah,
I can see that about you, great people. And I'll follow you guys to the end of the earth. I don't forget people that help me. I don't. So anytime you guys need me, know that I'll be more than willing to repay this favor.
Awesome, man. All right. All right.
You guys
Much
have
love,
an
brother.
amazing tomorrow. Don't forget to plug yourself real good, please.
You
Please.
too. I'm not even worried about shouting us out tonight. I don't even care.
No, that ain't what
Much
tonight's
love, man.
about, man. Ain't what it's about. Take care of yourself.
Yep.
Love yourself.
And your
Thank
family,
you,
but you know
guys.
that's what we like about you. So, all right, brother. Peace out.
What do you say to that, man? I just you guys mean a lot, man. Smiley, I can't tell you how much you, them, boom, everybody that helped out tonight means. It really does. Stupid.
It's all the guys in
Ugh.
the chat too, brother. It's Miss D's, Aldridge. Got all the usual characters there. Purple Thumb. We're actually starting to get into the morning crowd now. It's your morning shift now.
Oh man, it's thank you. That's all I can say is it was very much helping me, relieving me a lot. It did relieve me to know that you stepped in. As soon as you said you'd help today, Smiley, it helped a lot because, like I said, I was even in my fucked up mind and what was going on in my head. I was still worried about fucking doing this. I think you knew who I was.
Oh, especially
And,
when you guys cancels and you got all the fucking worry about what.
That poor fucking guy. Oh my god. I didn't. He told me, he texted me and it's one of those things, you can't the filter wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? I tried to be as nice about it as I could, but his first response for me was fucking God damn, I'm fucked right now, or something close to that. And then my next reply was, my fucking dad just died, or something like that. And so he got, you know what I mean? He instantly came back and was like, oh my God, I feel so shitty, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you didn't fucking know. You didn't fucking know. How would you fucking know? I understand you, whatever happened, whatever, but don't let whatever I'm going through compound on, whatever. Don't worry. I'm back to don't worry. We can't figure out how shit's gonna fucking. That's what I see about anybody that hasn't be able to make it for one reason or another. Why fucking try to hold them hard feelings when you can't control that shit. I don't know what's going on in their life. Maybe they had one day just like I did. Don't want to tell me about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't, who the fuck am I to judge? So
Definitely
I
does put
may
it in perspective real quick.
I mistakenly put some bad vibes in that guy's fucking camp for no fucking reason. It made him feel bad for a fucking few minutes when I shouldn't have. So, um, glorious genetics. I'm sorry for that. Smiley should absolutely get a fucking cold ranch. This is D's nugs. You're absolutely 100% on that.
It is the gold wrench.
No, there's not, but you should be able to have it. You should
I'm
you
good, man.
deserve
I'm
it.
just settled into the blue wrench. I'm good. I'm just getting used to this now. This new powers.
I knew early on, Smiley, that you were an asset. I really did, and I'm fucking super glad that you managed to fucking hang around and be a part of this shit. I am, for not just the show reasons, but I'm honored to know you as a friend. You know, I've met you the one time face to face. Fuck the hours. I mean, come on. Look at the hours we're logging up together. You know, 5 fucking damn near a night. They stack up like fucking real quick. And you get to know somebody very well at fucking, I like to think, 5 hours a night. You know, it's a very tough cloak to put up if you're a bullshitter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't see it. I don't see it. I see the same fucking genuine guy that I thought I seen that was going to be the asset early on, and you've been not only an asset to the show, but you've been an asset to me personally, and quite proud to know you. And I hope that you know, I hope we can call this friendship a long-term standing friendship for many nights to come, many years to come in the future. So.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna promise every night. I'm not that
Right.
crazy.
And
Is
I
that
don't expect
crazy?
nobody's expecting that. Nobody's expecting that by any means. I even said that last night. I was like, I hats off to Smiley, man. Everybody needs fucking day off, Fucking not everybody's like fucking psycho like me that wants to fucking do this every night after night. And I don't expect anybody else to fall behind on their daily chores or family or whatever to this should be at that point, if you start to fall behind because of the things you do here, then it becomes at one point
Well, that's just it, man.
a regret. It becomes a regret, you know what I'm saying, and a burden. And once it comes like that, I don't want it to become to that point to you or anybody else. You know what I mean? So get your shit done, and then if you got fucking time, come fucking talk shit with me because I value your time. But don't cut corners to be here. I know you have a couple of times this week. This week you've cut a few corners to be here, man. One other night this week when I didn't have guests, you fucking, I'll be there, fucking motherfucker. I'll be there. Don't worry about it. Cut it short. I'll be there. That's Smiley right there. That's that fucking dude right there. Tells you anything about smiling. Something bad happened to me today. Don't worry about it, brother. Got this shit. Probably cut some shit down short today, just to fucking swing and make this shit happen. Like, I'm sure fucking GWS, Smoke Break TV, Daniel cut some shit off across some shit off his menu today to make this happen. All due to you, you know. I can't give you enough love for this shit. You You deserve a lot of credit for what goes on here. You know, the 420 event, Smiley. I might have put in the log hours or whatever to make some shit happen, but I didn't think of it. It would have been just 420 would have been just a fucking another nightly episode if it wasn't for Smoke Cess with you and you throwing that out there, and you not wanting to take credit for it is just another testament to the character that you are. You know what I mean? But you deserve the credit.
No,
You
I'm
know what I
happy to
mean?
be part of the wheel, man. But like even that with Daniel, I mean that's a connection through CJ, and CJ is a connection from the, you know what I mean, from a session like one of the events where we met him and hung out in line and smoked, and you know what I mean. It's just how that all happens. I don't know.
That's another great person that I hope that he's able to fucking take me up on that. I've extended that offer for him to come on and tell us about some cannabis journeys. I haven't got to hear that many about them yet, just a little couple here and there. But you told me that he's probably full of them. And,
Actually, sorry to interrupt, man. I'm sorry. I wrote
no
all these
worries.
notes down, dude. And CJ was hitting me up to talk about Lost Coast Wellness. They're a place out in California that took him in and they got a tour and all that. But they just launched their website. So whoever's listening, 30 people shout out. But Lost Coast Wellness, if you want like CBD and all that, they got a website for it. And yeah, anyway, they took care of our own, one of our own. So it's cool.
Fuck, that's the least we could do for that dude. That's the least. If he wants something done, I'd be happy to do it for that dude. If it's what he wants. Shout out. We fucking get him. And
Well, I
you
think
know,
there was more to it that Danny could have offered, and I messed that up. I was supposed to bring that topic up. So. I didn't mess it up, but it didn't. It just didn't happen.
well, he was nice enough to when I kind of read yours and his messages simultaneously when you told me he was going on or coming on rather, and he said, I'm gonna come. They asked me to come hang out tonight. I said, hell yeah, and but no worries, dude. I want to come back and fucking talk shit with you. So he's kind of opened the door to come back. So please make sure I cover that when he comes back. You know, throw a post it on my shit.
Yeah,
Don't forget this shit, dude.
yeah, probably will, but you never know.
You're
Let's
pretty
say,
good
man,
for
I'm getting
this.
tired, but it's already like that 4:03. We always get caught by that like borderline where it's like, man, like 10 to 4, you start winding down. It's like, but it's a half hour to 4:20. Nah. Might as well.
You know, I want to shout out Tara Wilson, who was nice enough to, or cool enough, great community supporter that has thrown everybody much love around the community. Will be on Bro Show at 6. Just wanted to throw that out there. Make sure you guys check that out and throw Tara some love. She deserves it. She's if she hasn't liked one of your posts, it's just because obviously she isn't following you somehow by mistake. Because if she does, she supports everybody that she knows about, and if she's not aware of you, it's probably strictly by accident. Uh, she's very new to the growing itself. You know, I think this is her first, maybe second real run, but she's always, out there showing much love and support to everybody and full of positive vibes and reposting all everybody's shit. And for that, I think it starts at 6. It's not necessarily my thing over there anymore, so I don't not 100% on the time schedule, but I believe I seen it was at 6. So if you're up in the next few hours and not going to bed with us after the 420, go there, give Tara some love. For some reason, I always come to like some country accent. Tara. I know it's Tara. I don't know where the fuck why I flip flop that so often. Like I fucking some weird fucking hillbilly backwoods. Like I've had fucking a big dip of Kodiak in all day. Tara, listen, right up sticks. But yeah, do check that out and give her some love. If you're up.
I can't imagine she is. She's gonna have to be on here in a couple hours. Maybe she is waking up now or something.
Well, I'm sure that's how big of a supporter. I'm sure I know she's on a different schedule right now these days. She got like a work change or something like that. I believe she said or something like that. So her shifts are a little bit off. So now she's more of a morning person instead of a night. You know what I'm saying? So she's been catching us like in the morning when she's been getting up. But it's Tara. There's like 100% chance that she's gonna go watch this tomorrow. So she's not watching it now. I'm sure at some point tomorrow I will get a DM going, thank you. But
you gotta catch
it's on
up
that.
to miss it.
So it's not a thank you for me putting it out. It's a more of a thank you for you putting it out there. Just gotta love the people that support everybody. That's kind of what this is all about. It's everybody hopefully supporting everybody. Everybody hopefully doing something nice.
Yeah, man. No, definitely, that's cool. I'm excited that Tara's gonna be on. I can't wait to catch that episode. The new
That
show,
episode.
I guess, or is that must mean it's gonna be a regular thing, or you're gonna do like a daily or once a week? Or I didn't.
Well,
Catch
I guess it's something they're just gonna do as long as they can do it while they're off work. I guess that's what I heard.
It's the Dabs Before Work show.
I'm not so much room to run down there, but I'm not going. I'm jumping over that rabbit hole.
Oh shit, man.
Got a little spring in these legs left at 4 fucking a.m. It's been a long day, but I still got a little spring in these fucking rabbit legs.
Yeah, there's some
Actually,
you're not gonna want to be still.
Actually, my kids say I got fucking chicken legs, and I say they didn't look like chicken legs until they fucking got drawn all over, and the artwork makes them look smaller than they really fucking are. Oh shit.
That's a badass chicken with fucking skulls on his leg. Damn. That'd have been my answer to that. That's one badass fucking chicken right there.
Give me lots of shit about that shit.
Damn rooster, that's what that is. Oh shit. I'm getting tired and giggly. Fuck.
That's the best part of the show is when we get fucking stupid.
Right? Yeah, fuck, man.
These things you can get a fucking good ass hit off it if you're like fucking, I don't know, 16 and guy can fucking inhale for fucking a minute and a half.
Can't believe you got sold a $20 electric dab. Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's it. That's the old techie goofy fucker in me. I like to think that there's something new and better out there. but obviously it doesn't always work that way. And to be honest, the fucking half them fucking nectar collectors I buy for $20 don't last fucking 2 weeks before they roll off something and fucking hit the floor and break anyway. So
Yeah.
this worst case, I can fucking put the little top on it, charge it up, maybe use it at an event, maybe just use it some other day.
Hey, Purple Thumb OG's in the chat saying he wants to show us his lemon Jeffrey if we got a minute. I think he's just waking up or something. Might be his morning run. Quick time to check it out before he heads out. Well, we're about to head out
Yeah.
too. So.
Just a few minutes, Purple Thumb, and you're welcome. Let me look you up.
That lemon Jeffrey sounds pretty badass though. If you're after like a lemonine, there's a lot of people growing that out here.
Oh, God damn it. Hold on, Purple Thumb. I'm working on it. I don't know what the fuck I did to my clipboard.
Have you ever grown any iris, or am I going to confuse you talking while you do it?
I know. I have not grown out any of his genetics.
I don't know what Mystic Marks is talking about it being my birthday. Does that mean because it's my first show or something?
No.
It was definitely a good one, man.
Oh, definitely. That's proud, Smiley. Proud.
Happy birthday. It's not really. I don't know, man. I'm turning old fast enough. Come on now.
I know it. Look, see how fast it's coming along. One day a wrench, next day a fucking episode. Bam. See how quick that went?
And this shit. Now they're already talking gold wrench. I didn't even know there was a gold wrench. Like that's crazy.
That's a YouTube myth. But if you want to think it's out there, it's out there. It's the unicorn wrench.
I was thinking what?
I said it's the unicorn wrench.
Oh, Mystic saying he thought it said it was my birthday earlier. No, mine's in July, coming up. Hopefully the Grinch will let us out for the 4th there.
It's funny. What'd you call her? What was your name? You called her?
The Gretch.
Gretch.
Yeah.
You know what I call her? Her last name's Whittimer, right?
Something.
I was hoping it would catch on anyway, but I know we have some ladies, and I'm going to apologize to Miss D's Nugs right now. But I think we should change her name to Twatimer. Because that's what she currently is. Like, anyways. Oh.
There he is. Or not quite. I'm premature on that. Every time I'm like premature on that. There he is.
It takes a second.
Working?
We hear you, can't see you yet.
There we go. Figure out how to turn the camera around here. So what did you do? Oh, Jesus. Morning, guys.
Morning, man. Or evening, I don't know.
It's just one
Yeah.
lemon Jeff in here.
Yeah, them girls wide awake. Fuck.
Oh, they just woke up. Like, just woke up.
They're ready to start the day. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed.
Yeah.
Praying.
Big. Yeah. 3 weeks old. Flower here. Pretty decent buds. I'm trying to see. Cameras over here.
What's that?
Are those under that light you want, Purple Thumb?
No, these are 3 of the Diablo boards. Yeah, where'd my camera go? And some extra strips there for the Emerson effect, but pretty close to that 650R. I mean, it's got 3 of the boards and pushing by a 480 HLG meanwhile driver there. It's pretty badass light right there. There's my Wise camera. Worked great. Yeah. Beautiful ladies. I love them. Smells like stinky feet in here right now, though.
That's supposed to be that's the lemon Jeffrey there.
Yeah. Yep. It's the Lemon Jeff.
Rocking it out.
Not bad for I think today's day 23. And
Oh, that's fat nugs for 23.
yeah.
They look like they're absolutely loving that light.
Oh yeah. Loving it here. Not bad.
So are you gonna? I know you're starting your day there, Purple Thumb OG. You gonna be able to smoke that bowl or at least hit the bong with us one time at 420?
Definitely. Are we almost there? Yes, we are. We got my dab rig over here ready, set up, ready to go.
Qualifies.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I'll
love
be here.
I love the training on that too, man. That undercarriage looks sweet.
Yeah, it's not bad, right?
All right. I love how those it just comes out looking so cool from that angle, like when you get it all like lollipopped up and it's trimmed on.
Yeah.
All the little inner branching and shit like that.
It's tight too. I mean, I don't know if you look at that, but all right, this is on an iPad I'm trying to use here, so I don't even know where the camera's at.
What we looking at is that a 10 or a 5 smart gallon there.
This is just a 5.
5.
Yep.
Looks a
5
little
gallon
bigger.
favorite pot.
That's wicked, man. 4 of them coming right out the soil like that too. That's sweet.
Yeah.
Thick.
That's you know, I got it up on like pallet rack, so it gets all kinds of airflow. I got a speaker here to play music in a phone. I like it. Yeah, not bad.
Great job.
Thank you, thank you. It's just a closet.
Is it your first run with it? Did I already ask you? Did we already ask you?
With a Lemon Jeff?
Yes.
Yes. It's the first one I've grown of Lemon Jeffrey. I've grown Orange Gasm and some cream. The cream ones I popped were all males though, so I had to pop more of those. I got a whole slew of Irie genetics in my collection. They're really vigorous and just beastly. Wait till you see these guys in a few weeks. You're gonna love it.
I'm gonna. You know why, Purple Thumb OG?
Why?
Because you've got a goddamn wrench and you've snuck on here twice. You're the only one out of anybody that's broken the rule and got on an after sesh without doing their spotlight. The only one. The only one, Purple Thumb OG.
Weird man, I appreciate it, Eagle. You know,
So I
love
do
the show.
expect you to come on in sometime, couple weeks or something, and burn up at least an hour with me somehow. You can swing it on a weekend or something, can't you?
Yeah, we can do that. Sure.
Get with
we'll
me. Let's
schedule it.
schedule that. I appreciate it. I would
We'll
appreciate
do that
it,
for
brother.
sure, man. I appreciate you and Smiley, of course. You know, you guys are great. I love the show in the morning. Makes my day.
That's
Well,
cool.
you tuning in all the time makes my day, brother. That's why, you were one of the original people that, most of the people that have wrenches, there's no like favoritism that goes on there. It all boils down to your cats were the first ones to tough it out. that first week and a half, you were the dedicated few that popped in every night, you know, kept the momentum going, if you will. You know what I'm saying? That's,
Yeah, I have to show my support for you. So
that's how
I have
you
to
earned
do it.
your wrench, and you know, I respect you for that. I respect seeing. I love seeing it every time I see it pop up, either in the beginning, middle, or wherever in the hell I can get it. Good sir, I appreciate watching that wrench pop up there. If it's in the morning when you get up, obviously I'm getting to know your schedule a little bit. I
Yeah.
remember these faces. I know when these names pop up. You know, I appreciate it. You getting up and checking us out or listening to us. You could actually be listening to us on your way to work if you wanted to. Thank you, YouTube.
Yeah, I do actually. I cut out a chat and I listen in if you're still on or listen to the last night's show that I've missed. So learned a lot. Really helpful, man. You're great show, great community. Keep it up. You're doing great, man. If you need anything from me, you just get a hold of me. You know how.
No, nothing other than a couple minutes of your time for that episode, and we're great. We're golden.
Mm.
You can call me friend forever after that.
All right, sounds like a deal.
Pretty awesome. So we up to 421. We got to take that dab, damn it.
Damn.
Ding.
All right, I gotta set this thing down. So I'll catch you guys in chat and see you later. All right.
All right, bro.
All right.
Oh man, thank you.
Later, guys.
Yep. Thank you, brother. Have a good day.
It is a cool sight to see plants that are just like, ta-da! You know, like it always kind of makes you feel good, you know.
They were definitely happy praying to that LED. That's what you want to see too. Them legs just stretching on that fucking damn near 60-degree angle. Just loving that light.
And I love that shit, man. Guys like get creative and make a closet of fucking girl. You know what I mean? Like that's I keep saying that, I know, but I do. I think it's cool as shit. Just grow whatever you can, however you can.
But isn't that ultimately, in my opinion, when you became a grower? Not when you've just started off, but I know I do it. I'm sure you do it in your grow space or whatever. You know, you clean out a little area, and all of a sudden you're like, there's a little new veg area. I can probably put some babies right there and just bump these ones out a little wider. You not necessarily have to go bigger, but you can, you know, take that number and spread them out a little bit and get a little bit bigger plant out of them.
No, I definitely was thinking of doing that because I actually like the clones, and then like fresh transplants could go on one level. You could easily do a multi-level veg. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crossed my mind because then it would open up a little bit of floor space for a couple more. But I don't know. Ultimately, you're still tied to how many you can run through flower at a time. So it's
Could I be just an old patient bastard and I'm not just given this, you know, time? I'm all like microwave mentality and shit. I want it now. Instead of, you know, letting it heat up. Fuck, even a torch, you gotta let the bitch heat up. I mean, what do I really expect? This is a laser dabber and shit. I'm all like hitting the button and expecting 2 seconds later I'm gonna fucking get this super flavorful fucking dab and shit. Let it warm up or something, dude.
do you get to
That's what
control
I'm
the
thinking.
temp at all, Eagle? Does that thing give you an adjustment?
It said, well, there's like 4 settings here. There's like, there's like a low, medium, and high, and then there's like an auto dab mode where it supposedly like heats itself up and then stays hot for like 30 seconds and then shuts off. But actually putting it on high and fucking holding the button down and then waiting like 5 seconds and then trying to do it, you know, just a few seconds before you actually rush in there. But I'm that impatient. I'm going in there off of like I said, like it's some newfound fucking miracle fucking laser dabber and shit. That's what I was hoping for, but that's
For $20.
yeah. Rechargeable too. Cord everything. Gonna change the world. Gonna change the world, Smiley.
Oh man,
I don't mean to brag about it, but you might have seen it on TV.
Oh, I bought that shit too.
God, thank you.
I think I can reach for one right now. There's this thing. Like that. You could take your cart and put it in a bong, basically. So this, the battery goes, and then you would set it in your bong, and then as you're drawing, it'll automatically flow or whatever. And it works kick ass if it fits in your bong, which is, you know. I don't know.
Smiley. Did I tell you this miracle also uses the 510 cartridge that you can smoke your oil on?
Ooh.
$20.
Ooh. I'm with
I
it.
can't.
It's funny.
I fucking can't wait to go get my sucker tattoo.
Yep.
Gonna be pretty.
We all have
Okay,
that.
right.
And I might be a sucker for, I don't know, spending any money on seeds when
Just a
right
outrageous throat tat that says sucker.
At least do it on the back of your head. That'd make more the most sense.
Oh
Right?
no, I don't want them to think about it after I turn away. I want them to think it right as I'm talking to them. Like, yeah, they got to see that mark. It should just say, "You fucking take my wallet."
Yep. Oh fuck, man.
Yeah, let's.
When is
You
it?
ready to tap?
Is it Thursday already?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the 420 kind of pushes me a little past what I'm used to, I guess.
Well, then we'll have to try to get you off a little bit earlier. So, like I said, I don't want you to get in that regret state.
No, honestly, it's one of them things that yeah, I don't know. I just sleep in a little later, and I actually sleep a little better for having. So,
Too nice.
yeah, man. But yeah, definitely, I'm ready to kick it off and sign off.
Well, thank you very much. From the bottom of my heart, brother. I'm sure there's going to be at least one more day that I'm gonna. I should be able to pull myself together, hopefully prior tonight. But I know there's going to be one day, hopefully soon, hopefully, that I'm going to have to be able to go down there and pay my respects and all that good stuff. And hopefully this shit doesn't fuck all that up. But on that day, I know I'm going to need somebody.
I forgot to say it was the 50th episode.
Yeah, how big it, hopefully there's some bit of an honor in there. You got to be that 50 host, man. That's
totally to say that it was the 50th episode. I was gonna say that earlier too. Before the show was on, I'm like, oh, it's the 50th. I gotta remember that one.
It's a good milestone. And again, it wouldn't have been a consecutive 50. It may not have been a consecutive 50 if we wouldn't have stepped in. And if you didn't step in, it may have been a consecutive 50, but it may have been just a fucking just awful 50. It might have been one of them ones where it's like, oh my god.
Shit, Mr. Two a day in 24 hours. You've been like more than 50, really.
No, that's in the number.
Yeah.
No, I've worked that in there.
I like it because that kind of gives you an idea, man. Like Jinx was saying, he was like, "Shit, man, I look back and it was whatever in the thousands. Like, holy fuck, you know." Or you know,
I could only be fucking honored to ever meet 1,000 great people. You know, that at one at night, and hopefully, well, obviously, there's going to be. I'm going to bring. Obviously, there's going to be some do-overs for real. Mr. Soul, like instantly, you know, I reach out to him like instantly. And I'm like, man, everybody loved that episode. I kind of sent him a screenshot of all the great comments and shit. And he's like, absolutely, I'll come back. I'm like, good. I'm glad, but I'm not gonna burn you up and like ask you for like tomorrow. You know what I mean? You know, I appreciate you coming on and whenever you're ready. You know.
yeah, some of them breeders too, like that would be cool to check in like twice a year or however they kind of cycle their new stuff coming through. You know what I mean? 'Cause I'd be curious to hear how some of his stuff comes out that he's working on, like what he's. I mean, I don't know. He's just a real interesting guy. I'm excited to crack some of these I got from him. I know that.
I'd like to get T Dog on too. He was another. That was a fun episode. He was an interesting character and a fun guy. Totally understood the concept of the show early on. That was another great guy that early on I don't want to put my foot in my mouth, but I can cheat because I got a list. He was episode 8. Um, so or very early on, he you know, he didn't even hesitate either, man. He fucking yeah, what time? Let's do this. You know, it was a great interview. He showed up with bells on, did everything he could do to make it a fun and positive episode. You gotta love people like that. Them are the fun ones.
Yeah, yeah, man. It's been pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't know how you work that magic lining people up.
I don't either.
That's
Yeah,
that's giving congrats.
and again, it wouldn't be possible without you either. You know, all you guys. You know, and it builds. That's the crazy thing about it is, you know, is it's this week. You know, it seems to be jumping a little bit more every week. A little bit more. A little bit. The community's just stretching out a little bit more. It's fucking amazing. And it's not, you know, the amazing thing I've seen about this is I've only seen one hater in this pop up. Drop Shot. True to his name. How do you get a fucking name like Drop Shot? And you're the one guy that takes out the first hater and shit. He was too. He seen him in chat. And I'm sitting there and I was watching it go down. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh God, I don't want to be this guy. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to be the fucking guy that throws this fucker out. And he just kept going and going and going. And I was like watching it. And I'm like, at a point, it got to be like, it was at first, I let it go for a second because it was like freedom of speech. Okay, you have freedom to be here. You have, I respect, you know, just like we've talked about, you know, many times, I respect what you got to say. You don't want to show and you want to tell me to fuck up, you want to call me a bald bastard, you fuck off, whatever. Cool. Cool. I can take that. You ain't gotta like me, and you know, respectfully, I don't have to like you. And you know, that's the way it goes. But I'm not gonna sit there and then repeatedly and you know, and it wasn't necessarily shots on me. It was just everything. He was hating on everything. And at a point, I was like, okay, I can take a shot, but you're not gonna sit here and fucking badmouth the fucking chat. You're not gonna fucking start spreading negativity around this motherfucker. And as soon as I reached out to fucking click that shit, I seen a fucking drop shot. I got a little message. Drop shot has timed this user out. And then it happened again, and Drop Shot was like, "You're just fucking done here, sir." And I was like, it was like, you remember that movie? I want to make sure it was the right one. I want to say it was Billy Madison,
Yeah.
where he calls him, you know, the guy on the couch, and he's saying sorry to everybody, and the
Yeah,
guy
he
ends up
crosses
shooting.
the names off.
Yeah. It was, that's kind of the scene. I got a fucked up head that plays things like that, little kind of movie tidbits in my head sometimes. But that's what I kind of see in my head. I was like, I'm glad I wrenched that guy. That's exactly what I thought in my head as I seen Drop Shot take him out. That's 100% for real story right there.
That's cool. No, that is, man. That's the way it works. It's awesome. Yep. It's not always one person. It's a bunch of people make stuff happen. You know. It is. Always is.
Checking out Chad, giving you a bunch of love. Smiley is a great dude. Great dude. Glad to have him part of this shit.
It's fun, man. I love hanging out. Really, it's just, I don't know. It's not really work. It's just hanging out. I mean, it's like Danny was asking about the show, and I'm like, man, it's just really just, we're gonna hang out, smoke a joint. I'm gonna ask you about some stuff. I don't know. We're gonna ask you about whatever, you know. And really, what other premise am I supposed to tell him? It's fucking talking shit with Eagle.
Nice. I'm glad the title didn't scare him off either. Talking what?
Oh,
what?
I think he kind of questioned it, and that's what I just explained it as, like, you know, as in talking some shit with your boys, you know. And that's what it is.
He seems like the kind of guy that could respect that.
Yeah. Man, it's really not much different than what he's trying to. I mean, he doesn't do long shows like this, but he's out there putting interviews and different things with people. And I mean,
Oh yeah, we make sure we do give him a shout out, because like I said, you know, I was hoping that I guess that that leaves me room for my episode, I guess. Ding, ding. That's a little ding. Can't even see it. My eyes look like fucking. I just seen my eyes in the fucking camera. It looks like fucking Rocky Balboa from fucking This Fucking Long Day. Fucking was his production of his videos, I thought, was very on point. He's obviously spent some money on some nice cameras, great editing. You know what I mean? Nice intro to the videos. They're well thought out. They're well produced. I was really impressed on every one I've seen. So,
oh yeah,
very impressed. Plus, you know, he's getting in on them California Jodries interviews. I've seen he's had a couple of those, and he's putting in some good work over there in Cal.
well, and that's just I like listening to that stuff because it's all info that you know what I mean. It's a lot of them guys are doing shit out of the box, you know. Like, it's just, especially up in the mountains and whatever, they don't have access to stuff. They got to think outside the box for what they're doing. And if they can come down and win awards with their bud, then damn right I want to listen to that dude. You know what I mean?
Right on. Well, brother, I'm gonna fucking God, I don't know how much longer I can keep my eyes open. B, I don't want to keep you any longer either.
Yeah, man.
Did you?
I appreciate it. Mystic Mark's got everything in thinking it's my birthday, and it's not, but it's funny. So I appreciate you guys in chat too, man. That was cool. It was a lot of fun. So peace out, man.
Peace, man. Have a great night. Good tomorrow. I want to really thank everybody that tuned in tonight. I want to thank Smiley. I want to thank Boom. I want to thank, oh my God, my brain's not even working right now. Kenios next for tuning in. God, I know I'm forgetting somebody, but it was a super tough day to me today, and like I said last week or so now, this isn't just the fucking talking shit with Eagle show. This is quickly become one of the best parts of my day, and I very much enjoy spending my time with you people. I enjoy spending my time with the guests, people that are gracious to spend just a few minutes or hours or whatever the fuck I can get at. Uh, I'm thankful for all of that. Um, the show had to go on tonight. I wanted to be here. Like I said, this is my favorite time of the day anymore. It's not just a show. It's much more than that to me anymore. And I appreciate you guys tuning in. Like I said, life can deal you some blows, and I'm not done with this yet. But you guys were able to at least deal me some time tonight. A few smiles, a lot of positive vibes, and some more shit that I can't never pay for. Time is invaluable. Another lesson yesterday, which makes me appreciate everybody the more as I appreciate and understand again a tragic reminder how much valuable our time will be. So thank you all. Aldridge 25, Ned Denver, Majestic Marks, Purple Thumb OG, Smiley's Garden, man, what a great asset to anybody's friend list there. John Boy, Smoke and Grow Frazier. Hope you we can get your episode as well, man. Early honors, man. Tons of respect. Tons of respect. Ned Denver, Michelle F. Ibatson. I don't want to butcher that. But Ellie, thank you for tuning in every night. You know you got a bunch of knowledge you can be dropping here. I look forward to your episode as well. My family, my girls are very important to me, and they've helped me immensely today through this tragic day that they shouldn't have to go through as well. Kind of as you've kind of got the story, they've lost at least all their grandparents on my side, half on the other. They've grown up way too quickly. Try not to miss these nugs. I can't say enough nice things about you as well. Here night after night, and not just here, but in many chats, showing lots of people love, spreading positive vibes. Needs more people like yourselves. Chiba Man, thank you so much. TW, there's no way I'm going to be able to get through all this list, but I'm going to go back as far as I can. You guys know that. Sorry if it takes a few extra minutes. Man, especially the last one. Last few of you just been burning this thing up. Groski, thank you for tuning in. That's a new name. Appreciate your view. Yeah, my stomach's just killing me. Sorry for the dead end. And the last few names mentioned there have really been nailing this chat down. I got to go back and read a lot of these great comments. Sorry, guys. I don't need Stephanie B was an important name that's frequent in the chat. Who deserves her shout out. It's been such a long day. I don't need to. That's it. That's as far as I go back. Majestic March. As soon as the worm castings hit those roots, as far back as I can go. Well, anybody, I hope everybody enjoyed. In fact, Smiley laid it down. His great guests, GWS, Smoke Break TV, Daniel. Thank you so much for coming on and dropping off a great episode on this excellent 50 episode. Thank you, Smiley, for delivering 50. Very important to me that this episode did make it, and he made it happen. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody else, Kinos and Yanks, everybody that chipped in tonight, everybody that watched. You know, if you weren't able to chip in, I still got tons and tons and tons of respect for you. Mountain Grower will be here tomorrow night. They have confirmed. I will try my best to be here and be the best host I can be to deliver another episode for you guys. I almost think even if it sucked eggs, you guys would still tune in and dish out a nice comment. So you guys are all very amazing people. That's why I tried my best. Sir How, I didn't say that name, but you deserve your shout out. Roy G. Dubs, I don't get a chance to watch in the morning. And Bill, brother. I think you understand it a little bit more why I talk about the random acts of kindness. Sorry you've had to find out so early on in this career, but it is what it is, guys. Can't change it. Can't. All we do is pick up and roll with it. All we do is pick up and roll with it. And I hope you all can do the same in your everyday lives. And if you got it rolling, help somebody else out that isn't. If we all do that, you'd be surprised what we can do. There's strength in numbers, as Miss Nuggs was kind enough to point out yesterday. There's strength in numbers, and the numbers in this community are growing every day, and it's all due to you guys. So with that being said, I'm tired of milking out your guys' day and abusing your guys' time. Thank you so much. Hopefully you get a chance to tune in for a couple minutes, couple seconds tomorrow. Just a grower, it's worth the time. And yeah, if I forgot anybody, my beautiful daughters, Brittany, happy birthday. I hope you found some peace and happiness in this terrible day. Alexis, Courtney, we'll get through this, girls. I love you. Love you guys. Peace.